I worked nights at an office depot in the early 2000s. There were 2, at most 3 of us, locked in the store overnight. The manager would let us out at 6 a.m. No one could come in or out without setting off the alarm. The weird things that happened started with footsteps down the hallway. My coworker and I would be in the back office printing signs, and all of a sudden you'd hear someone walking down the hallway towards us. One of us would peek out, and there would be no one there. One night we're working, and around 3 a.m., the store phone keeps ringing. My coworker finally picks it up, listens for a few seconds, and says, "Sorry, you have the wrong number," and hangs up. It rings again. Same girl. He hangs up. Calls again. This time he puts her on speaker. She's crying, sobbing. "Why won't you talk to me? What's wrong with you?" My coworker, "Ma'am, you have the wrong number. Please stop calling." He hangs up. He looks at me and he says, "This is fucking weird, man." I tell him it's just some crazy person calling. No big deal. The phone rings again. He puts it on speaker. "I'm not crazy." Click. She hangs up and never calls again. Scared the ever-loving shit out of us. One night I'm stocking the supply side of the store, envelopes and stuff like that. My coworker comes running over from tech and heads to the next aisle over. He says there's someone in the store. I think that he's messing with me, but he's clearly disturbed by it. We search the store, and no one's there. I asked what he saw, and he says that there was a man walking parallel to me on the next aisle. He was up on a ladder stocking printers and saw him. He was extremely spooked by this, almost falling off the ladder. One night, 3 of us were working together in one aisle, goofing off, really, and we hear a man's voice on the other side of the store yell out, "What the hell?" at the top of his lungs. It scared all of us so badly, we called the morning manager. He wasn't happy, told us to quit fucking around. When I took 2 weeks off for my honeymoon, the guy that they got to cover for me lasted 1 week before he quit. I ran into him a few weeks after I got back, asked him what happened. He said he couldn't do it. He kept seeing people standing there out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked, no one was there. He said footsteps turned into something charging at him. Something invisible. The night crew stopped when I left. My coworker quit and they hired a woman to replace him. Her second night she came up to me and said the back of her neck was on fire. I looked and she had these fresh, deep red scratches running from her neck to the middle of her back. They weren't bleeding, but they were obvious and they looked painful. It scared the hell out of her and me, to be quite honest. That was the last straw for me. I quit a few days later. This toy had been in storage for years. A small stuffed elephant with a wind-up music box in its belly. When you twisted the knob, it would play this slow, tinkling lullaby. Something generic but sweet. My son used to fall asleep to it every night when he was little. He's 15 now, sleeps like the dead with earbuds in and his door locked. The elephant hadn't seen daylight since we boxed up the nursery. A few weeks ago, I was digging through old bins in the garage, trying to clear space. I found the elephant tucked in some baby blankets. It looked clean enough, faded but intact. I brought it inside, more out of nostalgia than anything. I left it on the shelf in the hallway, right outside my bedroom. That night, close to midnight, I was brushing my teeth when I heard the song. It was that soft, winding lullaby drifting down the hallway. I sort of froze where I was. It wasn't muffled, nothing coming from a screen or a neighbor's house. It was clear and close. I stepped out of the bathroom. I saw the elephant on the shelf, moving. The music box itself, winding itself. slow and steady, as the elephant rocked gently with the motion. I stood there for a good minute, just listening, and then it stopped. No one else was awake. No one else could have touched it. That night was rough. The next morning, I moved it to a box in the closet. I haven't heard it since, but every so often, I check to make sure it's still in there. Just in case, I guess. I just know some people are gonna laugh at this. I just wish I could also convey how serious I am. I was at the grocery store, halfway through my list and zoning out near the bread and tortillas. You know where you get into that mindless rhythm. Eggs, milk, grab this, grab that. That's where I was, just moving along. And then the tortillas jumped. Not fell, not slid. Jumped. A sealed pack of corn tortillas, middle shelf, maybe shoulder height, shot out from the row and landed on the floor right in front of me. It was just like someone had tossed it from a short distance. Not tumbling down, not gliding off the edge, just launched. I stood there, blinking at it. There was no one else in the aisle, no cart bump, no breeze. Nothing on the shelf was stacked precariously. I picked up the package slowly, like it might move again. It was cold, normal. Just tortillas. I laughed a little under my breath. Okay, I get it, I said. Enchiladas tonight. I put them in my cart, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My skin prickled like goosebumps. That weird internal quiet after something wrong happens was inside of me. I walked faster after that. Didn't even finish my list. That was 3 months ago. And yeah, the enchiladas were good, but it was still spooky. I was at a sushi restaurant with my dad. It was some fancy place, a little cozy spot that we used to go to every few weeks when we wanted to catch up. We'd ordered a couple of rolls, miso soup, a bottle of sake to share. Nothing unusual. Then, in the middle of a quiet lull in our conversation, my dad's sake cup slid across the table. Quick, smooth, no sound. Just moved about 3 inches to the left, like somebody had gently pushed it with their finger. Only nobody had. We were both sitting still. Neither of us had touched the table. We just stared at it for a second. He raised his eyebrows, I sort of shrugged, and we moved on. Maybe both of us too stubborn to be the first one to say that something weird had happened. And then it happened again. Same thing. Smooth movement, no sound, straight line. This time we both said something, almost at the same time. Did you see that? Yeah. I thought I was imagining it before. We tried everything we could to recreate it. We nudged the table, tapped the cup, checked the surface for water. The table wasn't wobbly, it wasn't slanted. The bottom of the cup wasn't wet. Nothing explained it. And the weirdest part, no matter where we moved the cup, it would always return to that same exact spot. Always. Like the table itself had some kind of magnetic pull, except there was nothing under it, nothing inside of it, and nothing in the restaurant was reacting in any strange way. Just that cup, and just that spot. Eventually, we left it alone. We finished our food and we went home, both pretending that we weren't as unsettled as we were. I've never had anything like that happen again, not there or anywhere else. My dad and I brought it up once more a few years ago, kind of laughed it off, but we both admitted that we still couldn't explain it. Whatever it was, it never came back, because we didn't stop going to that sushi place, but I still think about it sometimes. What a strange thing. was working at a hospital as a waiter. One of the rooms was off limits, or a nurse had said that a guy was dead in there. Some rooms were single and others were double. It looked like this was a double. So I thought, well, the other guy might need food. I went in. It was a single, and there was a guy in there. I'd never really seen a dead person before. I didn't know what to do. I set the food down anyway. This guy rises up in bed and looks at me. I almost shit myself. Was I dead? I don't know. I'll get a nurse. I walked the hell out of the room. I found the nurse who'd originally told me not to go in there. I interrupted her as she was reprimanding me. That guy is alive and talking to me. She didn't believe me. And then a bunch of alarms started going off in his room. I saw like 5 nurses rush into his room. I had a job to do, so I planned on following up with what happened. He died. Again. I was 20 when this happened, but even now, over 10 years later, I won't let a Ouija board in my house. I won't even touch the box. My friend Lauren had one that she'd gotten from her cousin's attic. It looked old. Like, not mass-produced Parker Brothers old, but weirdly handmade. The board was thick wood, almost black. The letters looked like they'd been burned into it. I remember the planchette was carved, what looked like out of bone. She swore up and down it was fake, but I don't think it was meant to be a toy. Anyway, we were staying in her grandma's cabin for the weekend, way out near the Blue Ridge. Middle of nowhere, no signal, no neighbors, just old woods, wind, quiet. It started like any dumb sleepover type thing. We even lit candles, had dumb questions prepared. But then Lauren asked if anyone was with us, and the planchette moved. I swear to God, it moved. Not fast, not dramatic, but just enough to make it feel like someone was answering. It spelled Rose. None of us knew a Rose. We asked if she had a message, and it spelled leave. Then again, leave. Lauren thought it was funny, like the ghost was a dramatic movie villain or something, but something about it didn't sit right with me. It felt serious, and unless Lauren was doing this herself, I felt like whoever or whatever was talking wasn't messing around. I said goodbye and took my hands off. The planchette didn't move after that. Lauren and the others messed around for another 10 minutes, but eventually got bored. We went to bed around 2. That night, I woke up because I thought I heard someone walking around on the porch. Slow, heavy steps. Thought maybe Lauren was outside for a smoke, but when I checked, her bed was full. I tried to ignore it, thought maybe it was a raccoon or one of the other girls. I'm a city kid. I don't know what kind of wildlife makes what sounds. Though deep down, I don't think it was an animal. And then something scratched the wall behind my head. I froze. It wasn't a random thump or animal sound. It was scratching, slow, deliberate, and it was high up, like whatever it was very tall. I turned on my flashlight, but I didn't see anything. In the morning, because somehow I managed to fall asleep, I noticed the glass on the back of the door had a weird, greasy handprint on it, too big to be one of ours. It looked smudged, like someone had pressed their face against the glass too. We packed up early, and we left that day. None of us talked about it on the ride back. A week later, Lauren messaged me. She said she couldn't find the board. Thought maybe one of us had taken it. None of us had taken it. We never saw it again. I still don't know what we talked to that night. But I think about what it said. Leave. And I think maybe it wasn't trying to scare us. Maybe it was trying to protect us. Maybe whatever it was trying to keep out got in anyway. This happened about 4 years ago when I was working on a home renovation show. Not one of the famous ones, just a regional production in the Carolinas. I did scouting, logistics, sometimes handled safety checks if our guy was out sick. So I'm out driving to this old property outside of town, supposedly a fixer-upper, with great bones. In reality, it looked like the house from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if you drained all the color and hope out of it. Still, it was what the producers wanted. A little roughness adds charm, they'd say. As I'm getting out of my car, this old man comes shuffling down the road until he appeared at the edge of the driveway. Worn boots, stained hat, skin like leather. No hello, just looked at me and said, "You don't want to go in there." I gave a polite chuckle. "Yeah, why is that?" He just stared at me for a long moment. He said, "Some places don't stay empty 'cause no one wants them. They stay empty 'cause something else already has them." Then he turned and walked away. Didn't wait for a reply, just disappeared down the road like he came out of fog itself. I stood there for a beat, trying to decide if it was a threat or a crazy person monologue. Either way, I was already behind schedule, so I went inside. And yeah, it was a wreck. Sagging floors, water damage, a smell like mildew and rot and something faintly sweet underneath. As I was taking photos, I started hearing this soft knocking sound. Not loud, almost polite. Just tap, 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 every 10 seconds or so. Thought maybe it was the pipe settling, until I realized it was coming from upstairs. Problem was, there wasn't an upstairs. The house was one story. I checked the layout. No attic, no second floor, just a roof. The knocking kept going. I left. Fast forward to the production day. I begged them to pick a different property. Told them it had structural issues, black mold. I made up anything I could. They didn't budge. We get the camera crews out there. Cameras, mics, lighting. Everyone's on edge for no reason that we can really explain. The house is quiet. We film the intro. Then, about 10 minutes in, one of the sound guys drops his boom and just stares down the hall. "I thought someone was behind me," he says. No one was, but on playback we hear something on his feed. A voice, not a whisper, not a scream, just one word. "Stay." And for some reason, that's when I really thought about what the old man said. I thought about the look in his eyes when he had said it. Like he wasn't warning me to be kind. He was begging me to be smart. We wrapped early. We never aired the episode. We don't really talk about this entire production, especially not about what happened the next day when we came back and found the door wide open, equipment scattered. There was a set of unrecognizable footprints in the dust, barefoot. They were heading down the hall. Nobody on the team was barefoot. I don't know what was in that house, but someone or something was expecting us, and I think that old man knew exactly what it was. I never put much thought into possession until I saw it happen to my sister. This was back in 2016. I was 19. She was 25. We were close. Grew up more like twins than siblings. She was the one who taught me how to drive, who covered for me when I snuck out, who made sure I had money for lunch when our mom forgot. She was solid, grounded, not someone you'd think would crack. It started after she moved into a new place, just a little one-bedroom over Klamath Falls in Oregon. Real bare bones, but it was hers. First time on her own. She called me about a week after she moved in. I knew something was off. Her voice was slow, measured. like she was thinking too hard about every word. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "I think someone's in the house." I asked if she meant someone broke in, and she said, "No, they're not here, but they're here." I didn't know what that meant. Over the next few days, she called less and less. Then one night she called and said that she couldn't sleep because something was talking to her. Not out loud, not in dreams, behind her eyes. That's what she said. I drove down the next day. When I got there, I almost didn't recognize her. She looked thinner, like she hadn't been eating. Eyes were sunken, and her home smelled like burnt matches and copper, even though nothing was burning. She didn't even greet me. She just stood there and said, "It knows you're here." I asked what she meant, and she gave this half smile that wasn't hers. I swear to God it wasn't hers. Her eyes didn't match. You ever see someone smile, but their eyes look bored or angry? That's what this was. I tried to get her to leave with me, but she refused, started crying, then laughing, said that it wouldn't let her. That night, I stayed on the couch. She barely came out of her room. Around 2 a.m., I heard her talking, not whispering, talking, low, fast, rhythmic, a language I didn't understand. I pressed my ear to the door and nearly puked. It wasn't one voice. It was two. One was hers, but the other, it wasn't. I don't even think it was human. It had this vibration to it. I think it's what made me sick. It was too low for my ears to handle. I felt it more than I heard it, and it made my skin crawl. And then everything went silent for 10 seconds, maybe 15. Then her voice, just hers, said, "It's hungry." I opened the door. She was on the floor sitting cross-legged, staring at the wall. She looked up at me and said, "Don't let it in your house, please." I dragged her out of that place that night. Didn't care what she said. I took her back home with me. She fought me the whole drive, but then passed out cold by the time we pulled into my driveway. She stayed with me for a month, wouldn't sleep in the dark, wouldn't eat if I didn't sit with her. I called a therapist, a priest, even a paranormal group. Someone online had recommended them. No one helped. Most didn't even call back. Then one morning, I woke up to find her gone. No note, nothing. Her phone left behind. I eventually got a call from a hospital in Bend. She checked herself in under a different name, and then somehow they'd identified her. When I visited, she was calm, clear. She looked healthier than I'd seen her in months. No shadows under her eyes, no weird shifts in her voice. It was like someone had flipped her back on. I asked what happened, what finally helped. She said she met someone, a woman who knew what it was. It turns out while she was in Bend, she'd started talking to a nurse who'd grown up on a reservation nearby. She said this nurse introduced her to someone, a kind of healer, not a priest, not a therapist, just someone who knew how to deal with spirits, someone who believed her. I don't know what they did exactly. My sister wouldn't tell me much, only that it wasn't some big ritual or dramatic scene like you'd see in a movie. Just a quiet, deliberate process that took days. A kind of extraction, she said. It's not gone, she told me, but it doesn't live in me anymore. I remember she looked out the window after she said that, and she added, "She helped me send it back." We don't really talk much anymore. She's alive, she works, she seems normal. But every time we do talk, she ends the call the same way. "Don't invite it in." I never asked what it really was, and I never went back to her place. But sometimes, When I'm alone, I catch my reflection in a dark window. I wonder if whatever was inside of her is still out there. And I wonder if it remembers me. I don't talk about this, really. Whenever I have, people get that look. You know the one. They're waiting for you to finish, so they can politely write you off as going through something. But I know what happened. I know what I felt. And even if I don't know what it was, I know it wasn't human. It started last spring. I just moved into my apartment and nothing major was off. The shifts from normal to bad started a few months after moving in. First, small stuff, little annoyances that I brushed off. I'd find things knocked over when I came home, like a cup tipped off the counter, shoes turned around, picture frame slightly off. I assumed I was being clumsy or tired, distracted. But then it escalated. One night I was getting ready for bed, and the bathroom door slammed shut behind me, so hard it shook the mirror. No windows open, no draft, just this violent, intentional slam. It felt like it was aimed at me. I thought maybe someone had broken in. I checked the whole apartment and nothing, just me and the silence that followed after I stopped hurrying around. But the worst moment, the one that I still wake up remembering, was about a week after the door slamming. I was in the kitchen, barefoot, getting a glass of water. All of a sudden, I felt this force, cold and fast. It rushed past me and shoved me from behind, hard. I hit the floor so fast, I didn't have time to catch myself. My lips split open on the tile. My glass shattered. I screamed, not because it hurt, but because I knew that no one else was there. But something had pushed me. I felt it, the weight, the intention. And right before it happened, just for a second, I swear I felt and heard a breath in my ear, a low, angry exhale. Not like wind, not like a floorboard creaking. It was a breath. After that, it didn't even stop. Lights flickering when I entered a room, the sense of being watched so intense, I couldn't sleep without the lights on. I even stayed with a friend for a few nights, and after I begged her to tell me if I was crazy or not, she admitted to me she heard footsteps pacing outside my bedroom one night when she'd stayed over. She said it was obvious it was coming from right outside the door, but it was even more obvious that no one was out there because the door was open and she could see clearly. I moved out a month later. I left some furniture behind. I didn't care. Whatever it wasn't tied to me, so that's what I thought. 2 weeks after moving, my car radio switched to static, and then it cut out completely. For a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. Not panic, actual suffocation, like the air was gone. I felt this wave of horror like this was death. And then, just like that, it stopped. I was able to catch my breath again. The radio was back, like nothing had happened. I screamed at the top of my lungs, telling whatever it was to go away, to leave me alone. I don't know exactly what I said, but I know it was hysterical. Nothing like it's ever happened since, though. I don't know what it was. A spirit, a presence, just pure hatred. All I know is it wasn't there to just scare me. I think it was truly there to hurt me. Maybe even kill me. This happened when I was trying to make the 19-hour drive from Connecticut to Florida without stopping to sleep. I was on I-95 South after about midnight, somewhere in South Carolina, and I was about 100 miles away from running out of gas. I saw a sign that said there was a gas station at the next exit, so I got off. The exit ramp turned into a 4-way intersection. You could turn left or right. or if you went straight, you could get back onto the highway. I pulled up to the end of the ramp, looked to the right, and there was a gas station. I started heading in that direction, but then I saw something that made me slam on my brakes. I looked at this gas station and I suddenly saw 6 people, dressed in white shirts and white pants, dancing around the parking lot. It creeped me out. I didn't think there was anything supernatural about it at the time, but it was really odd that a group of people were dancing in an empty gas station parking lot around midnight. I didn't hear any music, but all 6 of them were moving like there was some big mosh pit. Then one of them noticed me. He began dancing very fluidly right in the front of the gas station, but all of a sudden he stopped, looked right at me for a few seconds, and started walking toward my car really quickly. As he took the first few steps towards us, he seemed to just snap. I don't know how else to explain it, but it looked like this man's spine completely bent at a 90-degree angle as he lurched into a weird power walk and continued walking right to my car. He stayed all hunched over like that. I floored it, went straight through the intersection and got right back on the highway. As I pulled away, my girlfriend and I simultaneously said something like, "Did you fucking see that?" Her version of the story was identical to mine. The only difference is that she only saw 5 gas station dancers, where I saw 6 of them. We got gas at the next well-lit rest stop, an actual truck stop, not just some gas station off the side of the road. She's my wife now, and we have an unofficial wedding vow that we'll never stop in South Carolina for gas again. I'm sure some of you on here are familiar with Naked and Afraid, the show. I recently binged the XL series. Basically, naked people go out into the wilderness and try to survive with very little in the way of tools. They get to bring 1 item each. Sometimes they get a pot for boiling water. Most people bring machetes, fire starters, or mosquito nets, and everything else must be acquired in the wild. It sounds ridiculous, and maybe some of it is fake. I really don't know, but it's also addictive. I mean, these people are stark naked, no shoes, no nothing. But then they go out there and build shelters, collect resources, and many contestants make it all the way to the end. Sometimes that's 40 days, sometimes it's 60. Either way, it's insane. It's one of those things that makes you think, gosh, I wonder if I could do that. Well, spoiler alert, I could not. I only wanted to try for a weekend just for fun, just to see what it was like. When I got a nice secluded spot in the woods, I stripped down just like in the show. Then I took 3 steps and decided to put my shoes back on. The ground was covered in stickers, rocks, painful roots. There was just no way. When I went to sit down, the reality of what it meant to have my naked bits touching the ground set in, and I put my pants back on. At that point, it felt ridiculous to walk around topless, so I decided it was unnecessary to emulate every part of the show. Once my clothes were back on, I decided to get water from a nearby creek. It looked absolutely disgusting, even after I boiled it. There was no way that I was going to put that into my body. None. Luckily, I brought emergency bottled water and drank that instead. What's one more concession? The real challenge would be building a shelter and finding food. Now, I went into this knowing I wasn't going to kill some poor animal just so that I could pretend I was on a reality show. But there are plenty of fruits and berries in the area I visited. Theoretically, food should have been the easy part. It wasn't. I got lost. But Alicia, your phone has GPS. Yes, but I was playing a stupid game, so I left my phone at the campsite. That's how smart I am. I had been to that area before, but never ventured quite so far. Nothing looked familiar. I didn't leave any kind of trail to follow back. I kept thinking that I would find food just around the next bend, and then suddenly I was miles away from my campsite. Eventually I saw a building through the tree line and wept with joy. I had no flashlight, so I was going to be a whole different kind of screwed once it got dark. I ran to the clearing and found an old church building with a small graveyard behind it. I was very disheartened to learn that there were no people around. I searched inside the chapel and found nothing of use, just a few short rows of pews. In the daylight, it was a picturesque setting, like something out of a rustic painting, but I had a feeling that wouldn't be the case in an hour. I was relieved to see that there was a dirt road I could possibly follow to some sort of civilization. But alas, that too was a bust. I walked as far as I could, but the sun was working against me. I had to choose between going back to the church and sheltering for the night, or continuing down an unknown road into total darkness. I chose the church. By the time I made it back, the sun had completely set. The only light came from a small, starry patch in the overcast sky. The church was almost pitch black inside, so all I could do was feel for a pew and lay down. The hardwood hurt my back and my ass instantly. The thought of sleeping till morning was the only thing keeping me calm, and now that was gone too. I cried like a child. I was full on sobbing, having one of those what the fuck was wrong with me moments. I do that kind of shit all the time. I think something looks fun, so I dive in 100% without an ounce of research, and then I screw myself over. Every single time. After a few minutes, I thought my sobs were echoing. It sounded like a second person had started crying outside, but when I stopped, it stopped. The first time I thought that I was losing my mind, but after it happened a second and third time, I was sure. I wasn't hearing myself. This was from an entirely different person. I felt my way to the door and called out. No one answered, but something took a few steps closer in my direction. That's when the fear set in. There wasn't even starlight to see by. It was just black. I hadn't thought about the reasons someone would be sneaking around in the dark. It wasn't very likely that someone else just so happened to get lost on the same night. Also, without a flashlight. I didn't know what to do. I stood there frozen. I'm not sure for how long, probably only a minute or two. But then the crying suddenly started again. It was loud and mournful. It sounded like the source was standing right next to me. Imagine someone is crying on your shoulder. It was exactly that. I reached out for whoever it was. I felt like if I could just get my hands on them, they would have to explain themselves or kill me. Either way, I had to know what I was dealing with. I couldn't handle the uncertainty, but I only grabbed air. I swear I reached through the sound. There's no way I didn't at least brush against someone standing that close. Then I remembered the graveyard, and I got really scared. My dumbass not only got lost in the woods, I got stranded in a haunted church. Who the fuck does that? I ran back inside, slammed the door behind me, like it would actually help if a ghost were chasing me. I sat down right against the door and I didn't move for a long time. Once the crying stopped, it didn't start again, and I was finally able to calm down a little. Eventually, I decided to feel my way back to the pew, but when my hand found one, it felt wrong. The arms were standard pew arms, smooth wood with slight curves like you'd see in any church. As I probed further, I realized something was on top of the arm and lifted it with both hands, trying to get a feel for what it could be. I really don't know how to describe it outside of saying exactly what I think it was. It was a skeletal hand, 4 fingers, a thumb, a goddamn hand. Not a living one, of course. Whatever I held was definitely dead. When I pulled, it was like pulling on a body, and it fell toward me. I let go and jumped back, expecting to hear it hit the ground, but there was no sound at all. I wasn't brave enough to go feeling around again, so I made my way back to the door, leaned against it until there was enough sunlight to hit the road. It was absolutely the longest night of my life. Sometimes the floors would creak or there would be a sound outside, but nothing seemed to get close to me. When there was finally enough light to see my surroundings, I could confirm there was no skeleton present in the chapel, nor anything else that I could have mistaken for one. It seems like a completely normal church, and outside there was a peaceful little cemetery, no trace of the previous horrors in sight. I ended up walking down the road for over an hour before a nice old lady stopped and asked if I needed help. She took me back to my campsite where I promptly packed my things and got the hell out of there. We'd been clearing debris for most of the day. Fallen branches, bits of siding, and a few stray trash bins lodged into fences. The worst of the storm had passed, but it had left behind quite a mess. My neighbor Garrett was helping me with the last of the cleanup near the edge of our property when he paused and turned toward the woods. "You hear that?" he asked me. I didn't at first, but after a few seconds, I caught it. A voice, low and distant, calling out from the trees. Faint, but not enough to be a trick of the wind. "Help me." Garrett looked at me. I could tell we were both thinking the same thing. Someone had gotten trapped out there in the storm, maybe swept in by the floodwaters or disoriented, trying to find shelter. So we grabbed flashlights, made our way down the muddy slope that bordered the woods. But the farther we walked, the more it felt off. And that voice, well, no matter how far we walked, it never got any closer. Just kept calling out. Same tone, same pace, always just beyond reach. Eventually we came to this break in the trees where the ground dipped into a shallow ravine. That's when Garrett's flashlight flickered and died. Mine kept going, but only barely. The beam pulsed like it was struggling. Then we heard it again. It was closer now, but it was different. Not scared, but angry. Hungry, even. "Help me." It wasn't coming from ahead anymore. It was behind us. We both turned fast, expecting to see something, but there was nothing there. Just the dark stretch of woods and silent and waiting. We didn't run, not at first. But we didn't speak either. We just started moving, faster and faster, until we were out of the trees and back into the neighborhood, soaked in sweat and mud. Then we ran back to my house. Garrett was silent the whole time and eventually left. He doesn't talk about that night, not anymore. He says he didn't hear anything after all. Maybe it was just the storm messing with us, he says. But I know better. Something for sure called us out there. And I swear I've even heard it again. And there's a part of you that knows it's not real or not human, not something you can find. And I think that just makes it scarier. I think that's why Garrett won't talk about it. I grew up in West Michigan near Manistee, and my uncle used to take me out to this stretch of woods not far from the old logging trails. He was always a little superstitious about the area, said you shouldn't whistle in the woods, shouldn't walk past sundown. I thought it was just old-timer nonsense, honestly. One summer night when I was about 17, I took my dirt bike out a little further and a little later than I should have. The sun was almost gone by the time I turned around, and the trail back to the truck, it felt wrong, like something was there with me. The birds had also stopped, which I expected as the sun went down, but even my bike sounded wrong, like the engine wasn't echoing the same way through the trees. The feeling alone forced me to look around. At first I thought that there was a bear standing upright at the tree line, but it was too lean, too tall. It had pointed ears, and the way that it looked at me, I could still feel it, like it was curious, but also playing with me. I froze up almost immediately, didn't move until it stepped back into the woods, just out of sight. I didn't tell my uncle until years later. He didn't look surprised, just told me real serious. That's why you don't whistle out there. Or, go out after sundown. When I first started learning to drive, I was working for my dad. One afternoon after work, he asked if I wanted to drive us home. I said sure. It was my first time getting on the highway behind the wheel, and I remember being nervous but excited. Somewhere along the stretch between exits, I glanced into the rear view and I saw a guy on a sports bike. He was coming up fast behind us. I figured he'd pass us in the next lane, so I looked forward again, kept both hands on the wheel. And then I heard it. That awful sound of metal scraping asphalt. I looked around and back in the mirror. The bike was spinning down the highway on its side, sparks flying. Behind it, the rider was skidding on his back, limbs flailing like a flipped-over bug. I watched, frozen, as he disappeared under the tires of the car behind him. I slammed on the brakes and swerved off to the shoulder, yelling for my dad. We called 911. The cars around us were stopped, some people already rushing to the scene. I stayed in the truck, shaking. That was the first real trauma I ever witnessed. But here's the part I've never been able to explain. When I looked back one more time, just a few seconds after it had happened, I saw him, standing, a little ways ahead of where the bike had landed, just standing on the side of the road, helmet still on, motionless. I blinked, wiped my eyes, but he was gone. Later, we heard that the rider did not survive, dead on impact. I didn't say anything to anyone for years because I wasn't sure what I saw, but I still think about it. How could he have been standing there, whole, just seconds after I watched his body disappear under a car? Maybe I saw wrong. Maybe it was someone else. Or maybe for a moment, what was left of him got to stand up one last time. I have several stories that I would consider paranormal from when I worked as a mortuary transport tech. The job was basically transporting the deceased from where they were to where they needed to go. Turns out dead people can have a lot of appointments. One time, though, I had an experience I've never forgotten. I was dropping someone off at the science donation place. This is where you donate your body to science and they take it from there. So I wheeled the deceased, unlocked the freezer, did all of my stuff that I had to do in there. I placed him on the board, got the lift out, and placed him on the shelf. The interesting thing about the freezer was that most everything, once it's processed, was wrapped in this blue tape type thing, and you could definitely tell what was inside. Legs, hands, feet, etc. Kind of interesting to me at the time. Anyway, I shut the freezer and I locked it back up. While wheeling the gurney back over to the garage door, the science drop-off and processing area was a big L shape, with the freezer off to the large, long portion. And then you turn the corner, there's desks, filing cabinets, whatnot. I about had a heart attack as I turned the corner, and there was just this guy standing there, examining files in the file cabinet. Looked just like you or me, dressed modernly, but out of place for what people normally wear back there. I stopped and said that he'd have to forgive me, but he almost gave me a heart attack. It didn't look like he heard me at all, or even knew I was there. I should mention that this was also at about 1 a.m. I'd never seen anyone at that place this late. So I said, "Well, sorry if I startled you or anything," and went on about finishing up my stuff. I got the gurney back to the van, closed and locked the large garage door from inside, all while this guy was just standing there, staring at an open file in front of him, not paying any attention to me. I had to use the bathroom, so I told him that that's where I'd be going and that I'd be right back. Again, no response. I thought maybe he's deaf and couldn't hear me. So I went to the bathroom, came back to the garage, and the guy was gone. But the file cabinet was still open. I didn't know where he went. I hadn't heard anyone walk down the hallway past the bathroom. I checked and made sure everything I was responsible for was still locked, and it was. So I just announced I was going to be leaving and locking up to set the alarm. No response. And that's what I did, and I just left. I'm not sure who he was or is or what happened, but it was definitely an odd experience, and one I still remember perfectly. I have a few other memories about the time at that job. That one sticks with me the most, though. And I have that nagging feeling of, why didn't I go look at the file? I don't know. I live on a farm with my parents and 6-year-old sister, Beth. Behind our house is an old well. The previous owners put a grate over it, so it's supposed to be safe, but non-functional. Beth has been playing by it a lot for the last few weeks. She sits by the stones and has little tea parties. We thought she was having them with her imaginary friends who, fun fact, are all Disney villains. So playing by a dingy old well seemed kind of suitable for her. I didn't think anything of it until she got into my makeup, and I ratted her out to her mother. After she got in trouble, she came to tell me that Marvin was going to drag me into the well for tattling on her. I've been threatened with the Evil Queen, Maleficent, and the Queen of Hearts, but not Cruella because she hurts puppies, and that's where Beth draws the line. I've never been threatened with a Marvin, though. So I asked her, which movie is Marvin from? And she said he's not. He just lives in the well. I know kids are supposed to have good imaginations, but Beth has never made anything up in her life. She didn't even have imaginary friends until she saw kids on TV with them. Then she decided Disney villains could be her best friends. Still, I didn't think too much of it. It sounds absurd. Man living in a covered well that was going to drown me. I forgot about it almost instantly. A week or so later, Mom sent me to bring Beth in for supper, but she ignored me when I called for her. I had to walk out to the well and practically drag her inside, with her fighting me the whole way. She kept yelling that Marvin was really gonna get me now. Then the same thing happened a few days later, only that time, Beth bit me and ran back to the well when I let go of her. And I mean a proper bite. She broke the skin. Dad had to go get her. He said that she couldn't play by the well anymore if she was going to behave that way. She threw a tantrum for the rest of the night and got herself grounded through the weekend, which was this past weekend, by the way. On Sunday, my parents went to a friend's wedding, left me home to babysit. Beth was not supposed to be allowed outside. Normally, I would have let her and just brought her back in before they came home, but I was still mad. I knew she would sneak out while I was in the shower, but sue me. I didn't mind the idea of dragging her back inside. Sure enough, I got dressed, and there she was, out by the well. Leaned over the grate like she was trying to see the bottom. As I got closer, I could hear her talking to Marvin. She was saying something like, "Once you get out, you can scare them all, and we can play together forever." Then I noticed that she had an ice pick in her hand. She was going to chip away at the stone around the grate. Before I could say anything, a second voice made me freeze in place. It was unusually deep, like someone was using one of those voice-changing apps. I couldn't make out everything it said, but it was definitely agreeing with her. When I finally unfroze, I rushed forward to look into the well. I saw a stark white figure. I don't mean I saw a Caucasian. I mean white, like the color of paper. Its eyes were black holes. I could only see a portion of its body, but what I saw was emaciated. It looked at me, made an insane growling noise, as it vanished into the darkness. I was so scared I snatched up Beth and ran back to the house. She laughed maniacally the whole way, like this was the proudest moment of her life. I tried calling my parents, but they didn't answer. That was the same time the actual wedding ceremony was supposed to be taking place. Beth said Marvin hated me the most and would get me first once he got out. When I had time to calm down, I realized I would sound crazy if I told my parents the truth. They don't believe in stuff like Marvin. I didn't either until that weekend. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I recorded her threatening me. She was saying that Marvin would come into my room while I slept, and all sorts of things that no 6-year-old should even know to say. She sounded evil and psychotic. When my parents came home, I told them I heard a man's voice talking back to her and thought that someone was actually getting in and out of the well somehow. Then I showed them the video. I've never seen them so mortified. They still thought I imagined the voice, but agreed the well has to go. No matter how or why, it's affecting Beth in the worst ways. They hired some people to come fill the well with cement, and they expect that to be the end of it. I just really hope they're right. I'll try to keep this short, but I'll have to give some background. To start, I'm pretty well versed in the supernatural at this point, from a technical and personal standpoint. I know how to protect myself and everything. One night, I was with some friends. We decided to play Ouija. Now, this isn't a cautionary tale about the Ouija board, as I've had many, many interesting and totally harmless sessions with it. This one, too, was safe, but scared us nonetheless. We had already gone through a few rounds successfully, having tons of fun. Then we met D. We talked to him for a while. He was a pimp who was born in Canada, but lived and worked in Mexico City. He was 41 when he died, in the year 1952. He was shot due to his job in the very building we were in. He had a wife and 2 kids, and his favorite color was purple. Our second time talking to him, there were only 3 of us left. It was around midnight. He was having trouble remembering things we asked him, like where he grew up, who his parents were. He barely remembered his wife and kids even. He confirmed that it was difficult to remember things in the afterlife. My friend Maria asked, "Is there anything you wanted to talk to us about?" L-I-F-E, he spelled out. "Do you want us to help you remember more about your life?" I asked. "Yes." "And how can we do that?" we asked. This was where things took a darker turn. The planchette moved to the O, to the U, then to the T. Out. D wanted out. My friends and I looked at each other. "Sorry, D," I told him. "We can't let you out." It really is one of the most important rules when playing Ouija. Never invite a spirit back to the world of the living. The planchette moved to yes. "No," Maria said. "We can't let you out." Our hands slid rapidly. N-O-W. We were all very uncomfortable at this point. "Okay," I said. "We're going to have to say goodbye now. Nice to meet you." As soon as I said we were leaving, the planchette practically flew over to the no. "Yeah," my friend Farrell said. "We're going now. Bye." There was a strange resistance when we moved the planchette across goodbye. I mean, wouldn't you be scared if the ghost you'd been talking to insisted that you let him out and said no when you tried to leave? It was by far the scariest paranormal experience I've had in my young life. A few years ago, I worked in a military prison. Our hours were 24-hour shifts that consisted of shared downtimes, sleep between that shift. One stays awake for half the time, the other sleeps half, then switches halfway through that night. I've been working at this prison for a while by this point, and I was currently working in our special quarters. Our SQ was just a long loop with all of the cells on the inside of the loop. Every 15 minutes, I have to do a health and comfort check and basically walk by each cell, making sure the inmates are alive, healthy. Every cell has a security light, so even at nighttime, the cells are never truly dark so that we can see inside. One specific inmate I remember was in special quarters because he was mentally not all there. His favorite thing to do was draw, scream all day, pee outside of the cell, and sleep. One day we had to do a cell extraction on him because he was clawing at his gums with his fingernails and using the blood to draw symbols all over the cell walls. Medical was looking at him on the spot while I was going through his cell to check for contraband. Looking through his drawings, he would always make childlike sketches of him playing games with his brother in a creepy shadow silhouette of a person. His name was written over the drawing of himself, his brother's over his, and dark one over the shadowy one. Cheesy, I know. While looking through the drawings, he looks through the cell doors and says to me, "He doesn't like you being in there." I suddenly felt the hair raise on my arms, and I walked right out. Keep in mind, I'm regularly told this weird stuff by the inmate, and it never bothers me or any seasoned officer, except this one time. Fast forward a couple weeks, it's probably around 2 a.m. I'm fully awake while my partner is asleep. During every 15-minute check, I noticed that every cell's security light was on as normal. Otherwise, I'd have to write a report about it. I was sitting in the little cell that we use for our food for the day, eating, when all of a sudden, I hear this extremely loud screaming. I could not make out what the screaming was or what even language it was, but my arm hairs raised again, and I ran to find the source. Every single inmate was sound asleep, but what caught my attention was the strange inmate's security light was out. There's no way that they would be able to mess with those lights the way that they're installed. I quickly yelled to the other officers in the other bays if they heard that screaming, thinking maybe it came from one of their bays. Not one of the others heard the screaming. I was the only one. Strange inmate had moved. That cell was empty. Since that day, I always requested to never be posted in there again. Even though it was one of the most sought-after posts, I couldn't do it. Years ago, right after high school, I got really into the occult. Still am, honestly, but I'm much more careful about it now. Back then, though, I was reckless. I messed around with Ouija boards, did ritual work without knowing what I was really inviting in, and let's just say, I learned the hard way that some things should be left alone. I've had my share of weird experiences, shadow people, sleep paralysis, even run-ins with a figure known as the Hat Man. But nothing compares to the night that I encountered something far worse. Something I'm pretty sure attached itself to me. At the time, I was living with my aunt. One night I woke up to use the bathroom, nothing out of the ordinary. But when I came back to my room, the second I stepped inside, I felt it. The air was ice cold. I could literally see my breath. My gut dropped, and every hair on my body stood on end. Somehow, I wasn't alone. There was something in the corner of my room. I couldn't see it, not at first, but I knew it was there. I tried to ignore it, climbed back into bed, pulled the blanket up, but the second I shut my eyes, a deep, consuming hatred washed over me. It wasn't just fear. It was something else, something dark and furious. My heart started going crazy. My body locked up, and then, from that corner, I heard a whisper. It wasn't English. It wasn't any language I recognized, but it was right there, inches from me. And then I saw her. She drifted out of the shadows, tall, impossibly pale, with matted black hair hanging in her face. Her dress was filthy. It was torn, like she'd clawed her way out of the ground. And the smell, sulfur, rot, something dead. It flooded my nose, making me gag. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I'd never smelled anything in my dream before. This was really happening. She didn't just stand there. She moved, slow, towards my bed, and then got into it. Before I knew it, she was hovering above me, her face just inches from mine, her lips moving, still whispering words I couldn't understand. And then suddenly, her hands were on me, one around my throat, the other forcing its way into my mouth. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. Everything started to go dark. The next thing I knew, my aunt was shaking me awake. I was on the floor at the foot of my bed. My throat was burning. She was in a panic, saying she heard thumps, muffled screams. She came in and saw me thrashing, shaking violently, before I tumbled off the bed. And sure enough, when I looked in the mirror, a bruise circling my entire neck. For a while, things calmed down, but she wasn't gone. I saw her again. I felt her again. And every time it got worse. Then in 2018, I met my fiancé. When I moved in with her, I told her everything. She's Wiccan, comes from a long line of witches, and the first thing that she did was cleanse and smudge me. She gave me crystals for protection, did another cleansing on the house. For a while, it seemed like it worked, but ever so often, I still see her, especially in my nightmares, in the corner of my vision when I'm out in public. It's like she's just watching. Whenever that happens, my fiancé does another round of smudging, and it's enough to keep whatever this thing is at bay. But I know it's still there, lurking, and every time I feel it, something bad follows. I know now what evil feels like, and the thing is, once you know it, you never forget. I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand that's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point, things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were light-hearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-light-hearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit. One that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard, it had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police. All while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder, or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unc's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unc had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unc still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unc a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. Its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unc was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way, doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unc thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. I've got two stories, not super dramatic, but both moments that still make my skin crawl when I think about them. The first happened at home. I was in bed, hovering in a weird in-between state, not fully asleep, not fully awake. You know the place. Everything's a little floaty, and the lines between dreaming and reality start to blur. And that's when I felt a hand on my hip, just resting there. Warm but familiar. Then, soft kisses on my shoulder and the back of my neck. The kind of thing that would have been romantic if it wasn't way too late for that kind of attention. I remember mumbling, "Really? Now?" Thinking it was my husband making a move after we'd already been laying in silence for what felt like forever. I opened my eyes and saw his back. He was facing away from me, breathing slow and steady, dead asleep. I froze. The kisses had stopped, but I could still feel the pressure of a hand, firm and steady, right on my hip. I didn't move, didn't say anything. I just laid there, too scared to even sit up, until eventually whatever I'd felt, or whatever had felt me, let go. I didn't tell my husband about it until the next morning. and even then I played it off like a weird dream. But I know what I felt, and I know I wasn't dreaming. The second thing happened at work. I was a nurse working nights at the time. It was around 2 a.m. Most of the floor was quiet, patients asleep, lights dimmed, the usual low hum of machines and nighttime stillness. I was doing my rounds, walking past an unoccupied room, when I noticed the TV inside was on. Now, that wasn't totally unheard of. Sometimes a tech forgets to turn it off during cleaning, or the remote gets wedged right in between and flips itself on. Still, I figured I'd just step in and shut it off. No big deal. I stepped 1 foot into the room, didn't even fully enter, and that's when the TV said, clear as day, "Good morning, Alice." That's my name. The voice wasn't part of a commercial. It wasn't a news anchor or a show host. It was talking to me. The tone was flat, almost mechanical, but the timing, it couldn't have been a coincidence. I didn't shut the TV off. I backed out, closed the door, and just stood there in the hallway staring at it for a few minutes before walking away. I switched to day shifts not too long after that. So, before I get into this, I need to throw a disclaimer out there that I was 18 years old when this event took place. I've never done hard drugs in my life. I don't drink alcohol. And I started smoking weed when I was 22. Also, there were 3 other teenagers with me that night who were also sober and witnessed this as well. So my friend and I were hanging out with 2 of her guy friends on a Friday night after school. And the plans were that we were going to have a sleepover at my friend's house. We were just hanging out around town, nothing much to do in a small Georgia town, but walk around town square, go to the trails. Well, after shooting the shit for a couple hours, we got hungry. We ordered a pizza for pickup. We got the pizza and drove to a pretty quiet neighborhood where one of the guys lived. The neighborhood was tucked away pretty good into the forest, so it was really quiet and really dark in that area. As we were sitting outside eating pizza, using the hood of the car as a makeshift table, I looked up and I saw what looked like a large pitch-black mass, one that resembled a primate in shape and movement, swinging high in the trees. They were a good 800 feet away from us. Even from that distance, in the night, it looked so huge. But that made no sense. We live in a small town in Georgia. There's no large primates here. I alerted everyone to this figure in the trees, and we were all baffled and amazed at what we were seeing. I remember just having this sense of dread washing over me as I looked at this figure, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then it seemed like it noticed us. We couldn't see any distinct features, and the figure was pitch black, but somehow, you just knew it was watching you. Suddenly, this shadow, ape-like figure stood tall, and you could almost see it shifting before your eyes. It began to resemble something more closely the shape of a large man. He was holding on to a branch with one arm, just staring at us with unseen eyes. Everyone was frozen, so still and so quiet. It seemed like the sounds of the night froze in place with us. We were just transfixed on this dark figure in the trees. Then this creature crouched over, and as it did, its shoulders seemed to stretch impossibly higher, reaching over its head. All of us were in shock and terrified at seeing this, maybe a little in denial as we were seeing what was defying any logical explanation, because you want this to make sense. And then this creature's shoulders, for the lack of a better word or better way to explain this, they seemed to grow into these huge wing-like shapes. Then this dark figure jumped off the branch and flew off. It soared, I guess. I knew what I was seeing was real, because when that happened, we all ran to the car without talking, just screaming, and running as fast as possible. We sped away from there. We were all freaking out, trying to find any logical reason, something that could explain what we'd just witnessed. But there was nothing. Needless to say, no one slept that night. We were all too terrified that maybe that thing followed us back to my friend's house. I should mention this was back in 2010, so I didn't have a good camera phone to capture whatever we saw back then. Even now, I don't know that it's the first thing I would think of, though. It was crazy. I've been collecting and working with haunted dolls for 7 years now. I've had so many things happen. Even just last night, one of the spirits turned my lamp on and then off. But others have opened and closed my door. My downstairs door shuts every night at the same time. Every night I hear knocks and footsteps, and our toilet seat is slammed down a couple of times. I talk with them through a spirit box, and I've also had them touch motion-censored cat toys and turn on the flashing lights during our sessions. I've been selling them as well for almost 3 years now. There are so many different types. The positive, negative, and even non-human types, although those are incredibly rare. It's never a dull moment here. The non-human entities are much stronger, much more intelligent. They also behave in very negative ways, causing fear, depression, anger. Initially, they'll be drawn to these emotions, and then they will feed off of them and grow stronger, causing more of these emotions. Look for the intent on the activity. Do you feel extremely fearful? Do you feel like they're intelligent? You could tell their intelligence and strength by how and what objects they can move. If they're big objects, that takes a lot of energy. Human entities would only be able to do such things occasionally, and for a reason, as this drains them. I'd look for any marks on the body. Scratches, especially in threes, are a good indicator. Anything in threes is a mocking of the Trinity. Activity happening at 3 a.m., 3 scratches, 3 knocks, etc. If one of these examples are happening, watch to see if any other examples follow or apply. When I worked with a demonic entity, they would present in ways that terrified me the most. They also tricked me by mimicking my partner's voice in another room. I woke up with scratches, horrible nightmares, physically ill. When I left the house, I felt so much better. This was a long time ago, about 25 years ago. I had tree trimmers out at my house for the last 2 days. I lived alone at the time. I did have the presence of mind to set out some men's shoes on the porch, but after being there for 2 days, for someone who was paying attention, it was pretty obvious I was a single woman. The night the crew finished up, I was upstairs in bed. It was late, around 1 a.m. My car was in the driveway. My bedroom light was on, so it was obvious someone was home. I was in bed reading when I heard a noise downstairs. It was a familiar noise, but I couldn't quite place it. I laid there listening and heard it again, followed by the sound of things falling onto the floor. It hit me then what the noise was. One of my window screens being pushed open, followed by books that I had lined up along the windowsill, falling. I was totally frozen in fear for a minute, just laying there, all of my senses on high alert. Then I heard another thumping noise, what I assume was the sound of feet landing on the wooden floor. There was someone in my fucking house. That's when I grabbed the bat that I had next to the bed, and I grabbed the phone. This was before cell phones, back in the times of landlines and cordless phones, and that's when I realized I'd left the cordless downstairs. I locked my bedroom door and started screaming that I knew they were in there, that I had a gun, and I was on the phone with the police. I proceeded to pretend like I was on the phone with 911. I opened my bedroom window and removed the screen, getting it ready in case I had to jump out my window. I don't know if it was me opening the window, maybe my screaming, but something set off my neighbor's dog. They started barking and moving around, which turned on the motion sensor lights in my neighbor's backyard. I went to stand at my door with my ear pressed against it listening, still continuing my fake 911 conversation. It was an old house with wood, creaky stairs, so if they started up the stairs, I'd hear them. It was dead silent. And then I heard scuffing noises, the sound of the window downstairs rattling, followed by the sound of someone running beneath my bedroom window. Something scared him off, and he jumped back out the same window he came in. I went to my window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. Whether it was me yelling that I was armed, pretending like the police were on their way, or the dogs, I'll never know. I had to get the cordless phone to call the police. I knew where it was, sitting on the kitchen table. I stood there listening for a long, long time, looking terrified. I really thought that I might have a heart attack. I was shaking. My heart was beating fast. I had so much adrenaline running through my body. Finally, I unlocked my door, had my bat at the ready, and crept down the stairs, into the kitchen, grabbed the phone, and then I took off, running up the stairs. I locked the door and called 911, waiting until they arrived. I walked with them while they inspected the house. The window in the study was standing open, the screen removed. Books I'd had lined up along the window were scattered on the ground. It was damp out, and there were bits of dirt and leaves on the floor from someone's shoes. Outside the window was a step stool taken from my garage. I'll never forget seeing the bits of leaves and mud on the floor. It was proof that someone had actually been in my house. He'd been standing in my study. He knew I was home when he made entry. One of the first things the cops asked was if I'd had any work done on the house recently. Tree trimmers. I'm sure it was one of them. They'd been around for 2 days, long enough to get the general idea of the house layout and to ascertain I was a single female. I was so scared after that to stay in my house. I felt so incredibly lucky he got scared off, but what if he came back? I felt violated, and I was angry. I spent the next few months either staying with my mom or having someone stay at the house with me. The only reason that window was unlocked was because the lock was broken. I had that fixed, and for extra insurance, I put nails in it so that they would block the window from being opened. I would have installed a security system, but I simply couldn't afford it at the time. The company was contacted, but there was no proof that it was anyone from their crew, so there wasn't a whole lot that anyone could do. Anyway, that was terrifying to me. To be a young woman alone in her house at night and hearing someone climb through a window, it makes you feel incredibly vulnerable. I'm very, very lucky. If I hadn't been awake, I wouldn't have heard him, and things may have ended very differently. I've been driving rigs going on 22 years, mostly timber hauls and mountain work. I've seen a lot of strange stuff in that time for sure. Lights in the sky, animals that don't quite look right, even a guy walking barefoot in a blizzard like it didn't bother him. But nothing has ever messed with me the way that this did. This was maybe 8 or 9 winters ago, hauling a loaded flatbed through the northern Washington mountains. It had just started to snow heavy as I came off a private cut road, and I was headed down a steep, winding grade. I pulled off onto a wide shoulder to throw on chains before hitting the switchbacks. I was out there alone, no radio chatter, no taillights ahead or behind, just me and the trees. About halfway through chaining the tires, I got that feeling. You know the one, when the air feels wrong, still but heavy. Then the hair on my arm stood up, and I swear I could hear nothing. No winds, no birds, not even my own engine ticking as it cooled. Just quiet. I stood up and looked around, and that's when I saw something. Across the road, up on the snow-covered embankment, had to be 15 or 20 feet high. Something was standing there. Tall, broad, darker than the trees behind it. I couldn't make out a face, just the outline of a massive figure with shoulders as wide as the front of my cab. At first I thought maybe it was a bear, until it jumped, and I considered the season. But its jump, one clean motion, it dropped from the top of the embankment to the road below like it weighed nothing. Then with another jump cleared the opposite bank and vanished into the woods. No sound, just gone. For a second I was frozen. I didn't finish chaining the last tire. I just climbed back into the cab, locked the doors, and drove slow the rest of the way down the mountain, with the chain slapping the pavement. I didn't stop again until I was 2 counties away, and the snow had turned to rain. To this day, I don't know what I saw. I try not to talk about it much because people just call it Bigfoot and laugh. But I've seen bears. I've seen elk, moose, mountain lions. This wasn't one of those. And if you ask me, whatever it was didn't want to be seen until it did. And that's the part that still gets me. Did it see me? Did it want me to see it? I don't know. When I was 6, I slept in a bunk bed in a room all by myself. The bottom bunk was supposed to be my younger brother's, but he refused to sleep in there. Said it felt weird, didn't like being alone, even though we shared a wall with our parents' room. So for a while, that room was mine alone. This night stands out clearer than most childhood memories. I remember the air in the room feeling colder than usual when I first laid down. Not freezing, just off, stale. It was cold, like it was clinging to my skin, like walking into a basement that hasn't been lit for years. But then, just as I started to drift off, everything changed. It got hot, suddenly and without warning, like someone had turned on a space heater directly under my blanket. I started breathing heavily, my chest rising too fast, like I couldn't get a full breath. Looking back now, possibly it was a night terror, some kind of sleep paralysis, but at the time, it was real, and I just felt scared. My eyes snapped open. The room looked the same, still, quiet. The soft glow from my nightlight sat in the corner, casting a warm halo across the floor. That little light had always been my comfort. It helped me fall asleep when the shadows felt too big. That night, it almost worked again. Almost. I had just started to let my eyes close again when I felt something, a heavy hand, warm and deliberate, resting on my shoulder. Not just a breeze or a twitch of a muscle. This was contact. Like someone was sitting beside me, gently petting my shoulder as if to comfort me. I shot upright, my heart pounding. Nobody was there. The room was empty. The door was still closed. I looked down at the bottom bunk, also empty, just as it always was. I told myself it was nothing. I laid back down, pulled the blanket up to my chin, and the petting started again. Same hand, same spot, firm, slow, like a mother soothing a child back to sleep. But it wasn't my mom. I knew it wasn't my mom. She never came into my room at night without me waking up to her voice or the sound of the door creaking open. Still, I told myself it had to be her. I squeezed my eyes shut and buried my head under the blanket. That became my routine. For the next 12 years, I slept with my head under the covers. I couldn't fall asleep any other way, even when I moved bedrooms. I never told my mom about it until much later. When I finally did, her reaction, well, it made sense. She nodded slowly and said, "That doesn't surprise me." Apparently, a woman had passed away in that apartment before we moved in. The landlord hadn't said much, just that she'd lived there alone for years and died peacefully in her sleep. Apparently, my mom had experiences of her own, and she always believed that it was her. She told me she likely wasn't trying to scare me. Maybe she was just trying to comfort a child the way that she used to in her life. Maybe. But to this day, I don't think I'll ever forget the way that hand felt. Warm, heavy, real, and definitely not mine. I used to live alone for almost 20 years in an old farmhouse that was built in the 1900s. I was the third person to own the house. I knew it was haunted. I would see dark things move in the house. I could tell it was a male. I figured it was the original owner who built the house, as the second owner was still alive. The ghost wasn't scary or anything, but you knew he was always there. I kinda made a deal with him. Told him he could stay in the den and the rest of the house was mine. This arrangement worked for almost 20 years, until I got remarried. My new husband never believed that it was haunted, always made up an excuse for all the strange occurrences. One day, my husband was in the bathroom, getting dressed. He was mad at me, yelling about something. When he started to leave the bathroom, still yelling, the door slammed hard in his face, and the house kinda shook. He came into the living room with absolutely no color in his face and was really kind of shook up. We've since sold the house, but my husband still talks about what happened. Now, he believes in ghosts. I worked at a nursing home for about 8 years. I came in for my shift one day and was informed that a resident on hospice care would likely be passing away during my shift. I was not on her floor, but the floor across from hers. There were 2 other girls who would be working with her that were both newly hired. I was told that the resident was afraid of dying and did not want to be alone. She had expressed this extensively to the staff. Her son had been with her all day, but that evening he went to get some dinner. During his absence, I saw one of the new girls running up the hall in distress. "Something's wrong with MJ," she said, speaking of the resident. I replied in my most calm manner to explain what was going on as I followed her to MJ's room. "She isn't responding, and her head is tipped to the side. She's got something coming out of her mouth," she exclaimed. Sure enough, MJ was sitting upright, her head cocked to the side. Her chest rose and fell laboriously, like a fish out of water. I went and stood behind her, cradling her head next to mine. I wrapped my arms around her. Both girls were scared and speaking loudly. "She's dying," they exclaimed. I shushed them and said everything was going to be all right. I asked them to get some supplies so that we could get MJ comfortable, mostly to just get them out of the room. I knew I had to be the rock, the one to call up order in the chaos. I knew MJ was close to drawing her last breath, and I knew that she was terrified of being alone. I held her in my arms and sang to her softly. I told her that everything would be all right. I said it over and over again until I could no longer feel her chest rise and fall. It was just MJ and I in that room, and now I was alone with a vessel that had once held her spirit. When the girls returned with clean linens, we carefully changed MJ, and the three of us worked together to lift her into her bed. I remember the odd feeling of holding her lifeless body, her slack limbs, and how the muscle no longer supported any of her joints. I felt I couldn't allow her head to fall backward, that even in death, it was vital to keep her supported. Her son had returned and was waiting outside of the room. I knew I had to prepare her perfectly. The memory of seeing your dead loved one is a core memory, one that you'll never forget. No one ever wants to see their loved one's dead, lifeless body. That's never, ever anything anyone wants. I had to ensure that this tender moment was portrayed with as much dignity as possible. I combed her hair, pulled the sheets up, made sure that there weren't any wrinkles in the bedding. I rested her hands on her chest and used a damp washcloth to close her eyes. When I was sure MJ looked as peaceful as possible, I opened the door and allowed him to begin his grieving process. I've never held someone as they transitioned from one life to the next. As sad as it was, I'm so glad that I could be there for her, that I could comfort her, help her let go, know that she was being cared for. I felt a deep welling in my own heart that I had done something good. I had shared with someone something that no other person was able to do in that moment. I held her while she died. I went to bed that night with a feeling of peace. At some point, I began to dream, and I want to say it was early morning when I felt the presence. The vision in my dream was a chamber of light, gold flecks, and taking on no shape recognizable. Her presence stood beside the head of the bed. She had been there all along, and now I could see her golden aura. In my dreams, I heard her feminine voice. She said, "Thank you," and slowly faded away. I could feel her spirit ascend this earth, and I knew in my heart that MJ had made a point to tell me what I did had truly comforted her. I had worked as a hospice nurse that sent me to this old hospital about 30 miles from where I had lived at the time. It was clean, but looked just like you'd step back into the 1950s. It was in a farming community, and at one time had delivered babies. My patient was passing late one night, and I got there at about 3 a.m. As I was walking to her room, I saw an older man with overalls and a plaid shirt, looking like he was lost. I asked if I could help him. He turned his back and just dissolved into the air. It scared the heck out of me. When I got to the nursing station, one of the nurses saw that I was deadly pale. She started laughing and yelled at the aides that I had seen old Henry. They laughed and then got serious. They told me that when the man was alive, his daughter went into labor, but things went wrong, and her and the baby died. When they had called her father, Henry, he'd been in such a hurry to get to the hospital that he'd been in a car wreck, and he and his wife were also killed. They told me that everyone sees him, but it's usually before someone passes away. The nurses then showed me a baby doll, one that they would put out into the room that's now abandoned. It was the delivery room. She said the only other time Henry comes out is when they put the baby out. I thought the story was so sad. To have your soul stuck on Earth, looking for your dead daughter and grandbaby. And sure enough, my little patient passed at 8 a.m. So, they were right about Henry showing up before someone passed. I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a 2-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff, you'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend, with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. My earliest odd experience that I consider paranormal was from my childhood home. I must have been between 3 or 6. It was something that I had never really questioned at the time. My dad would often pet my back to help me fall asleep, his big warm hand resting on my upper back. It was comforting, familiar. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to that same feeling, his hand on my back, warm at first, moving slowly. I was groggy, half asleep, but something felt off. The pressure was a little too firm, not quite right. I tried to shake it off, not really wanting to be petted, just wanting to go back to sleep. And that's when the hand changed. The soft, steady touch, it turned frantic, grappling, poking, pressing too hard. It felt angry. My body went stiff. My breath was in my throat, and suddenly I was wide awake. My mind was scrambling for an explanation as I sat up in bed, expecting to see my dad standing there. But there was no one. Without a second thought, I climbed out of bed, ran straight to my parents' room, and squeezed them for the rest of the night. A lot of odd things happened in that house, to all of us, my parents, my siblings. Over the years, it became something that we just lived with. Eventually, I moved into my parents' old bedroom after they renovated and expanded it, merging it with my childhood room. But even then, that space never felt right. I remember one night as a teenager, home alone, lying awake while things kept happening. Small noises, shifting shadows, that creeping sense of being watched. I couldn't take it anymore. I got up in the dark, stood at the threshold of my parents' old bedroom, and just yelled into the emptiness. I told whatever it was to cut the shit out, to let me sleep in peace, to leave me the hell alone. And you know what? It did. The air in the house felt different, lighter, quieter even. Maybe I just got older and stopped noticing things, but I made peace with whatever it was. But from that night on, I wasn't really afraid of the house anymore. Now I get it. Brains are weird, memories are fickle, especially childhood ones. And at 42, I know that every time we access a memory, we change it a little. But I also know what I felt, and no one is going to tell me otherwise. This happened several years ago, the night before Halloween. I'd driven down to visit my cousin in southern New Jersey, near the Pine Barrens, a place notorious for strange happenings, but also a good time. We were always drawn to the spookier side of things, so naturally the woods seemed like the perfect place to take a pre-Halloween night walk. We started off by wandering down a small trail. It was the kind that looked like it'd been forgotten, or at least it wasn't the most traveled path. The deeper we went, the more the woods seemed to come alive. I always love when the wind rustles through the trees, creating odd whispers. But it wasn't just the trees or the wind that was strange out there. I began to feel watched. I remember asking my cousin if she thought we should turn back. I was half joking, but I was uneasy. My cousin laughed it off, always the fearless one, telling me it's just the woods. I really did try to shake it off, but something felt wrong. It wasn't just the oppressive silence that had now settled around us. It was the faint smell, like burnt herbs or something older. And then we saw a woman. At first, she seemed like a shadow moving between the trees, but as we drew closer, the figure became clearer, and it was an old woman, hunched and weathered, her gray hair hanging matted strands around her face. She was standing in the middle of the path. Her eyes were fixed on us as though she'd been waiting. Lost? Her voice was low, almost guttural, with an accent I couldn't quite place. I looked at my cousin. She'd gone unnaturally still. We're fine. Just passing through, my cousin said, but the words came out shaky. The woman didn't move. She didn't blink. She was draped in a tattered cloak that looked ancient. The fabric was swirling around her feet, despite the still air. You should not be here, she rasped, taking a step closer to us. Her face was gaunt. Her skin, it was pale. Her eyes, they were dark, just so unnaturally empty. These woods are not for the living tonight. Something cold crawled up my spine. This wasn't some old woman warning kids off of her property. There was something wrong with her. At the very least, there was something I didn't understand about her. The air around her felt thick, like the woods themselves were closing in on us. We were just leaving, I managed to say, grabbing my cousin's arm and trying to move, but the old woman stepped into our path further. She reached out. Her bony fingers brushed against my hand, and the moment her skin touched mine, it was like ice had shot through my veins. Tomorrow is Samhain, she whispered. Her breath was foul and sour. The veil is thin. The spirits are restless, and so am I. I yanked my hand back from her, but the chill, it lingered. It was crawling up my arm. I felt like I couldn't breathe, like the woods were suffocating me. My cousin finally snapped out of her trance and grabbed my arm. Let's go, she muttered. But the woman's eyes never left me. We practically ran back to the car, neither of us speaking. But the further we got from the woman, the more I noticed something strange. The trees, the leaves, the very air around us, it was silent. No birds, no wind, no rustling, just a void sound. When we finally reached the car, I glanced back. She was still there, but she was standing at the edge of the woods, watching us. But now, there were others, shadowy figures just beyond the tree line, all staring, unmoving. I slammed my door and stopped looking. We didn't talk about it on the drive home. It wasn't until we were back at my cousin's house that we finally spoke. Do you think she was a witch? My cousin asked. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I didn't answer right away, but the memory of her icy touch was still vivid. I don't know. I said finally. But the truth was, I think I did know. Deep down, I knew that we'd encountered something that night that wasn't just a strange old woman wandering in the woods. The way she approached us, the way she spoke of Samhain, it wasn't natural. And when I looked at my hand where she touched me, I saw a faint mark, like a burn that hadn't quite healed. A warning, maybe a curse, I thought. That night I didn't sleep. I kept hearing her voice in my head over and over. The veil is thin, the spirits are restless, and so am I. I just knew, come Halloween, I wouldn't be anywhere near the Pine Barrens. But something told me she would. I was 7 when my parents moved us into a New Hampshire townhouse. My brother, David, was 5. We made friends with a little girl around the same age and thought she was a neighbor. We'd play in my room or in the backyard, but any time our mom came around, the girl disappeared. We spoke of her enough that our parents considered her an imaginary friend. One day, the girl asked David to walk her home. Mom saw him leaving and caught him just before he made it to the street. They didn't think our imaginary friend was so cute after that. A few days later, we moved out with no explanation. Earlier this year, Mom confessed that she and Dad had woken up to see a little girl standing at the foot of their bed. Only she had a severely burned face, and most of her skin was peeling off. Eventually, she faded into a cloud of black smoke that smelled like death. They didn't even go back to sleep. Once they could move again, they started packing. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer, because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003, a little over 2 decades ago. It wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property, and it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious, but I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I'd never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge, or better yet, first ones on the house. Halloween is a difficult time of year for me. When I was 21, I decided to dress up and hit a bunch of bars with my friend and her boyfriend. They dressed as pirates and I went as Morticia Addams. We only had one drink at the first bar because some asshole dressed like Ghostface kept stabbing people with a fake knife. You know, the kind with a retractable blade. We were at the second bar for maybe 30 minutes when the guy showed up to pull the same shit there. Most people were indulging him, and my friend said that I was being too sensitive, but I just didn't like this dude's vibe. He was getting way too excited and sticking way too close to us, but it was a small bar, so we left. We went to a third bar, and he showed up 5 minutes later. I didn't think that he was necessarily following us. There's a row of popular bars all within a few blocks, and lots of people were taking the same route. I figured that he was just going with the crowd in general. To avoid repeating the same mistake all night, we skipped to the end of the line. There should have been at least 2 more bars for Mr. Ghostface to hit before making it to our spot. Instead, he made it there in under 20. And that's when I started to get legitimately creeped out. But my friend convinced me I was being paranoid. This bar had more space, so I was able to ignore the guy and have a few more drinks. But then he started getting rowdy again. He was running all over the place and everyone was cheering him on. He lunged at my friend's boyfriend and hit him square in the chest. So he collapsed and dramatically reached out to us as if playing along. Everyone clapped and laughed, including my friend. Ghostface then stabbed 2 women who seemed to be also playing along as he made his way out the back exit. It was only after he left that everyone began to realize these people weren't faking it. He had switched to a real knife before stabbing my friend's boyfriend. The knife went into his heart, and he passed away before help could arrive. The other 2 victims survived. I followed the news, and I learned that those 2 had survived. One of them had lost a kidney, but otherwise made full recoveries. Police reviewed the surveillance footage from each bar, and they agreed that he seemed to be following us. 2 weeks later, they arrested my friend's ex-boyfriend. He didn't like anyone else touching her, so he made a sick little game out of trying to make his murder appear random. Ever since, I've been really nervous around anyone in a costume that covers their face, so I mostly just stay home for Halloween now. As best as I can recollect, this encounter occurred in Rhode Island in early June 1984. At the time, there were news reports about murdered and missing young girls and a possible serial killer in nearby Connecticut along the Rhode Island border. I remember talking about it with my friends, reading about it in the local paper, but I never gave it a second thought, even when I happened to meet the killer himself. Born and raised in Rhode Island, I moved to Massachusetts the previous year when I was 19. Single and working a full-time job, most weekends I came home to see friends and do my laundry at my parents' house. On this particular day, it was the end of the weekend and I decided to stop at Beach Pond, do some fishing before heading back to Massachusetts. Beach Pond is in western Rhode Island and straddles Connecticut with the state line bisecting the lake. It's a very rural area on the Rhode Island side, with large tracts of trees and protected forests. It was mid-afternoon when I arrived, and the small park was completely desolate as I parked my car in the dirt lot and proceeded to fish just a few feet away. Route 165 was a few hundred feet to the south, and I had a clear view of a few cars driving between the two states. Before long, I watched a small car approach from the Connecticut side. It turned left into the parking area and pulled up right next to my car. A young man got out. He looked to be a few years older than me. I was about 20 at the time. And he proceeded to walk to the edge of the woods, about 50 feet behind his car and 75 feet from me. Curiously and a bit apprehensively, I kept an eye on him as he stood motionless with his hands in his pockets for at least 5, maybe 10 minutes, just staring at the ground. Then he walked over to me and immediately started with some small talk, asked about the fishing, introduced himself, shook my hand, and asked if I could spare a couple dollars for gas. I told him I really couldn't, that I had to drive back to Massachusetts, 100 miles away. He told me that he didn't think he had enough gas to make it to the gas station. I asked rhetorically, "You're from Connecticut, right?" "Yes, I am," he replied. "Well, why did you drive to Rhode Island if you don't have enough gas to get back?" "I don't know. I really like it here." Then I asked, "What were you doing over there in the woods?" "I don't know, just looking around." Standing right next to me on my left, we talked for another 30 minutes or longer. I clearly remember some of the things we talked about and feeling sorry for him. He and I had both recently been through a breakup with our girlfriends, and I told him how mine had moved to Florida a few months ago, that I had just visited her and it was clear we were no longer a couple. He related a similar story about recently going to Florida with his girlfriend and having a big fight and breaking up. I remember him saying he did something really stupid while in Florida, and that his girlfriend's father passed away while they were there. I asked what he did. He said he'd rather not get into it, and that she broke up with him because of it. Then he told me something that really stuck with me, and it's one of the reasons I never forget meeting him. I asked him if he liked to fish, and he replied, no, that he'd never gone fishing before because he'd never had time growing up. He told me how he grew up on a farm, worked 7 days a week, how he never really had any friends and never played sports. So I asked him about the farm. "Did you grow corn or something?" And he replied, "No, chickens. It was an egg farm." He proceeded to tell me about working since he was a young child, 7 days a week on a farm in Brooklyn, Connecticut. I told him I never heard of Brooklyn, Connecticut, just the one in New York, but that I used to live in Brookline, Massachusetts. He went on to tell me that he went to college but no longer raised chickens and that the farm had been sold. I told him about my job and my trip to Florida. Our conversation went on for some time when suddenly he says, "I have an idea," and quickly walked to his car. Curiously, I watched him go through the trunk of his car, rummaging around like he was looking for something. I asked, "What are you looking for?" "Something I can sell you for gas money," he replied, then walked over to me with a road flare. "Would you give me $2 for this?" "I really can't," I replied. I proceeded to open my wallet and show him that all I had was $7. I need to get gas myself, and I've got a long drive home. "That's okay. I understand. Take it anyway. You never know when you're going to break down on the road," he said, handing me the flare. "No, I can't," I told him, but he insisted. So I took the small orange tube and put it in my tackle box, where it remained for many years. Soon I needed to leave, and my new friend walked me to my car. Packing up, I asked him, "What are you going to do?" "Oh, I'm not worried. Someone will come eventually," he replied. Pulling out of the dirt lot, I remember looking at him one more time, feeling sorry that I couldn't help him as we waved to one another. Over the ensuing years, I would periodically remember the strange chance encounter from time to time, probably due to the road flare that was perennially in my tackle box, but never thought much about it. Then one night, some 20 years later, I was watching a TV documentary about a serial killer on death row in Connecticut. The show included interviews with doctors and detectives, and the man himself as he described the killings. Nothing triggered my memory until a picture flashed on the screen, showing the killer the day he was arrested, June 29th, 1984. Suddenly, a wave of recognition came over me, and the hair on my head stood on end. Then a picture of his car flashed on the screen, and my brain became flooded with memories from that day at Beach Pond 2 decades earlier. The Connecticut license plates, the large glasses he was wearing, watching him rummage through the trunk of his car. Stammering for words, I tried to tell my wife about how I met this guy many years earlier, but I'm not sure how coherent I sounded. I couldn't believe what was happening. I jumped off the couch and ran to the basement. There, in my tackle box, was the road flare that he gave me that day, so long ago. Dizzy with the realization that I met and talked at length with a serial killer years ago was unbelievably stunning. As it turns out, just 2 months earlier in April of 1984, Michael Ross raped and murdered 2 14-year-old girls right there in the dirt parking lot where I met him. I have no doubt the location where they gasped their last breaths was where I saw him standing at the edge of the woods. His final victim was murdered in Connecticut on June 13th, 1984. And from the timeline I can construct, based on my trip to Florida in May of 1984, I believe I met him just days before his last murder. If you found this interesting, I recommend you read the book, The Man in the Monster, by Martha Elliott. It's well-written yet chilling first-hand accounts of the serial killer, Michael Bruce Ross, a.k.a. the Eggman or the Roadside Killer. I was 18, and my mother and I were very close. She was 40. We'd been through all of my rebellious teenage crap and came out the other end as the best of friends. She had never been sick, but came home from work one day with a bad headache. She went to lie down, and I started dinner, but then I heard her crying. I never heard my mom cry before. I ran to her bedside, held her in my arms, and she died right there in my arms. And I called my dad, but she was already gone. On the night of her funeral, my dad and I went to bed early. His room, or their room, was right next to mine. It was about 8:30. My dog always slept at the end of my bed, and suddenly, my room got really cold, and my dog ran out of the room. I knew my mom was there, even before I saw her. She was all white and spoke to me telepathically. She told me not to worry about her, that she was in a good place and happy. I was scared though, and I ran out of my bedroom and started to go downstairs. Then I thought, that's your mom. And I started back upstairs just as my dad was coming down. You've heard the saying, he looked like he'd just seen a ghost. That couldn't have been more true for my dad. Before I could say anything, he said, I just saw your mom. I told him I had too. My dad was a very matter-of-fact person, an engineer. We never talked about this again until 40 years later, when he was on his deathbed dying of esophageal cancer. Remember when we saw Mom, I said, when she came back? Oh, love, he said. How could I ever forget that? I used to feel bad about being scared when I saw her, but then I remembered in the Bible how scared the shepherds were when the angel of the Lord came down and the angel told them to be not afraid. I ran across a pair of kids in Bend, Oregon that had solid black eyes. I kept telling myself that they had colored contacts in, but they were around 10 or 12. They gave me the creeps in a deep way, the kind of way that no kid has ever had the ability to do. It was at a gas station that I'd pulled over to check my map and get gas. I didn't realize how late it was until my co-pilot asked me who lets their kids run around at 2 a.m. I looked up and I saw 2 kids. They were standing in front of us, but at a distance. I agreed with him that was strange and incredibly irresponsible. As soon as the attendant finished with the gas, he went inside to gather a receipt. And that's when, suddenly, the 2 kids were directly in front of us. That's how I got a good look at them, right in front of our headlights. Just as we considered calling the police about 2 ornery, possibly missing children, they split up. Each child walked to our corresponding windows. They seemed to have no emotions, no smile or frowns, stared at us relentlessly. Before we could even ask if they needed help, they started tapping on the glass, telling us to let them in. For some reason, and I know it seems wrong because they're children, but we both agreed that something felt really off about these 2. So we locked the doors and left as quickly as we could. Screw the receipt. I swear when I looked in the rearview mirror, those 2 children were standing in the middle of the road, staring at us still. My co-pilot called to inform the gas station attendant, who advised they didn't see any children out there at all. I never drove through Bend again without the doors locked, windows up, and I never stopped while it was dark. I just think how lucky I was to be in a place where you don't have to leave your car to get gas. Maybe it doesn't make sense to anyone. How could it? But those kids, they meant harm. This happened when I was about 15 in 10th grade, before cell phones in 1981. I was standing in the mall parking lot waiting for my mom to pick me up. I'd gotten a ride to the mall from an upperclassman and had agreed to meet my mom in the parking lot at 5:20. It was in West Palm Beach, Florida. As I waited, a car pulled up next to me and the driver started talking to me through the passenger window, which they'd rolled down. He told me that I should be a model, that he was a photographer, and he had a studio nearby. He said that we could go do some practice shots. I said I was expecting my mom any minute and I couldn't leave or I'd get in big trouble if I wasn't there when she got there. He said that we'd be back in 10 minutes with pictures to show her. I said, "Here comes my mom now. You can ask her yourself." And with that, as my mom drove up, he zoomed off. I don't remember being scared, but I may have been. But it's not like we reported him or anything. It wasn't until I was 49 in 2015 that I stumbled upon a picture of him online, reading a story about famous serial killers. Christopher Wilder, the beauty queen killer. He used a camera as a prop and the "you could be a model" line as his MO. I realized at that moment that I was a serial killer's fail. He targeted me as a victim, and I seriously lucked out. Still creeps me out to this day. It almost felt like a dream. I woke up to my dog, Lucy, barking. She was upright on the bed where my husband and I were sleeping with our 22-month-old daughter, staring at our door like an unknown stranger was out there, rummaging around. I thought she was just freaking out over a house noise. We'd only had her for 3 months. She was still a puppy. It could have been anything. Our roommate, a creak from the house settling, the awning moving outside in the breeze. I wasn't too concerned initially. I decided the best bet would be to open the door and show her nothing was there. It sounds a bit silly, but it's what we do with our daughter when she gets scared, and I figured it should work with a puppy too. I opened the door, and she raced to the front door. She stood there, snarling at the door. It was an angry, violent growl, one I'd never heard her make before. I looked groggily at her and opened the baby gate blocking the doorway, planning to open the door and show her everything was okay. The second my hand reached for the deadbolt, Lucy went wild. She started barking and jumped around me, and when I touched the metal, she suddenly changed her temper. She whimpered, almost like she was afraid and backing down. As her mannerisms changed, so did mine. I wasn't calm anymore. My heart was racing and sinking at the same time. I had been flooded with a mixture of fear and dread. I looked through the peephole. I can't explain why I looked, but I did. Outside were 2 kids. One was just a smidgen shorter than me and didn't look much younger. I'm 21. She looked maybe 16 or 17. She was slender and pale. Her hair was a light shade of honey blonde, and she wore it long, about mid-back, with long, thin, blunt bangs in the front that covered most of her eyes. She wore jeans, a light wash, and a thin-looking olive-colored pullover-style hoodie. She held the hand of the small girl, who looked to be around 3 or 4, in the same style jeans and a button-down ivory cardigan. The smaller one looked at the floor shyly, but had the same shade of hair, tied back in a ponytail. She held a stuffed toy under her free arm. It was identical to one that my daughter has, as was the style of dress. Had it not been for the feeling of overwhelming dread and fear, I probably would have asked these children in, given them some tea or hot chocolate to get them out of the bitter cold. Something about them seemed off. At this point, I hadn't made any noise. I hadn't shushed the dog or grumbled, nothing. I hadn't turned on any lights. These kids had no indicators I was at the door. The older one spoke. She had a voice that was mature, confident, strong, and accentless. She held her head tilted downwards, and I couldn't see her eyes. She said, "We have to use your phone." I stood frozen in fear. How did she know I was there? She raised her head to face me directly, and that was when I saw her eyes. There was a reason I couldn't see them through her bangs before. They were all black, or midnight blue, dark purple, something very dark, otherworldly. She said, "Our mother is worried." As someone who's always been interested in creepy stories, I knew what she was the second she looked at me through the door. I enjoy these scary things, but I've never really been one to believe in these things. As a staunch atheist and skeptic, when it comes to the paranormal, I had written off many a ghost stories from friends and family members eager to tell their tale. I didn't believe it. Still, I couldn't rationalize my way out of this. I was standing with nothing but a thin wooden door between me and a black-eyed kid. There was no questioning what was right in front of me. I didn't answer her. Slowly and silently, I backed away from the door, Lucy still cowering at my ankles. She kept talking. "Just let us use your phone." I took another step back, and with that step, the tone changed. At first, she seemed polite. When I took the second step back, she became commanding, almost hostile. "We're not going to hurt you. If we wanted to do that, we would have just broken in. I'll ask again. May we come in and use your phone?" Lucy snarled at the door, and I inched backward, though something inside me seemed to be slowly pulling me back toward the door. It wasn't a physical pulling so much as a subconscious need to go back and let them in. I got to my room, covered the windows, locked the door, and sat there in the dim light of the nightlight. I heard her call me back to the door once more, and then quiet. I don't go back to sleep that night, and I haven't slept right since. I know from reading about them that BEKs can't just come in without permission. I know they haven't hurt anyone, but I still fear I'll be the exception. When I told my husband, he said that it was just a dream. He keeps telling me to forget it. But this lingering feeling of sadness, this dread when the house is silent at night, this fear of a knock at the door, this tells me otherwise. Something insane happened, but I can't explain how. Last year, my brother Ian was killed during a home invasion. Some random guy charged into his house, broad daylight, and a week later, we were having his funeral. The intruder was high on meth, thought my brother was robbing him. It was all so stupid. But I'm not here to talk about the trial or my grief. I have a therapist for that now. I want to share what started happening most recently. First off, I'm kind of a crappy millennial. I'm 35, but I don't really do any kind of social media other than Reddit. And even that is just a collection of memes. No Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or Snapchat. I've never used any of them. I'm from a family of introverts, and my brother was no exception. He spent most of his time working offshore, and when he was home, he preferred being outdoors. This is all to stress that we're not the kind of people that you can just look up online, read about all of our intimate details and stuff like that. A few weeks ago, I got a message from Ian's Reddit account. It just said, "Kayla, are you there?" No one had his password. He barely used it. There's not a single post on his profile. We never even tried to get in. He never married or had children. He was just alone. What few friends he did have moved away after college. Still, I asked just to be sure. The reply was, "No, it's Ian." I assumed his account was hacked, and I tried to keep my temper as I explained my brother was deceased. The hope was that any decent person would have an ounce of sympathy and move on to someone else. But they stuck to their story and used an old nickname, one that no one had called me since we moved out of Florida. Over the next several days, they also told me the names of my family members, pets, everything. They knew everything. Things that maybe 3 people in the world know. I confronted them all, but each seemed more confused than the last. Still, the messages continued. Then, I found myself participating as if it were Ian. At first, I told myself it would be easier to catch the asshole, to find any tiny discrepancy in their facade. But then I got sucked into it for real. We would talk so naturally that it's like I forgot Ian was dead. Then the conversation would end, and the reality of it all would come crashing back. People can't message you from the dead, Kayla. But then, the same thing would happen the next day, and the next. Finally, I confided in a friend who concluded it was a random sicko getting off on screwing with the bereaved. That made more sense than any of my theories, so I took her advice and ignored the messages for 2 days. When I failed to respond, I received one saying, "I understand you need to move on. It's okay. I'll always be with you." My friend said that it was just another tactic, so I held strong. To take my mind off things, she invited me to a small concert the following night, and I agreed. That morning, I woke to find my inbox flooded with messages, warning me, begging me not to go. No one even knew about our plans. I didn't tell my friend about the newest DMs. They had gotten to me, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Instead, I told her that I wasn't feeling up to it after all, and I promised to go next time. That night, a drunk driver T-boned my friend on her way home. The truck hit the passenger side going over 70 miles an hour. The driver, pronounced dead on arrival. My friend, she'll be in the hospital for up to 6 weeks. The car is totaled, and it is very safe to say I would not have survived the crash had I been present. I don't know how to explain any of this. I've never believed in ghosts. I could have spent the rest of my life thinking I encountered a particularly skilled con artist. But what about the crash? How could they have known? Could it all be a coincidence? I never believed in those much either, but I feel insane admitting that I believe it was really Ian. I met a serial killer back in 1981, but I didn't know who he was back then, obviously. One night I went to a neighborhood bar with my friends. I had never been to this bar before, and I haven't been there since. I met a guy that night named Joe. He had a nice smile, good conversation, so I gave him my phone number. He told me that his cousin had said to him that I was the kind of girl he should be looking for. We made a date for the following Saturday. He never did tell me who his cousin was, probably because it was a lie. When he came over to my apartment the following Saturday, it was like he was a completely different person. He came in dressed weird. I swear, he was wearing 2 pairs of pants or something. It was strange. His clothes were dirty. What's worse is that he smelled horrible. He was sweating profusely, smelled like rotting meat. What the hell did I get myself into? I kept thinking. He and I went to a fast food place for lunch. That was literally our date. He had nothing else planned and apparently expected me to pay for my food. Oh well, I could manage $6.50 at the time. Once we finished eating, he had no other plans, but he asked if he could shower at my house. I told him, unfortunately, that wouldn't work because my shower wasn't working, which was a lie. I explained that I'd showered at my gym until it was going to get fixed. Without a word, he got up and left. Luckily, I drove myself, like we'd each taken our own cars, so I just went straight home. My sofa was practically ruined. His sweat had literally stained it, and the stank he left behind was unimaginable. I took off the cushion covers to wash out the smell, and I shampooed the rest of the upholstery. Eventually, the stank was gone, but it took the weekend. By the end of that same weekend, Joe left a nasty message on my answering machine, calling me a bitch, and I, thankfully, never heard from him again. At least I don't think I did. He never left another message. How about that? Well, fast forward about 15 years. It's the early 90s, and a serial killer is caught while working at a nearby pallet company. The man had hidden the bodies of several people on the premises and claimed to have killed more. He bragged about cannibalism, claiming that he had served human flesh at a roadside barbecue stand for a while. His victims were usually prostitutes and vagrants, who were easy marks, in his opinion. I did not make the connection immediately as I was reading, but I hadn't seen the man's photo. Though, while reading, I noticed some things that struck a chord in my memory. The man used to frequent the bar that I referred to in the beginning of my story. Then, the photo. Even 15 plus years later, I'd never forget that face. He went away for his crimes for years, and it makes me sick even to this day. Thankfully, he was locked away forever. Joe Matheny died in prison on August 5th, 2017. My first job was in a small 35-bed psych hospital in California. It used to be a medical facility where surgeries were performed and, of course, people died. A couple stories here, but first off, when I'd work night shift, I'd sometimes get a phone call from the local police station asking if everything was okay. Sure, everything was fine. All the patients are asleep and it was just a normal night. The police then said that they received a 911 call from our hospital, and the extension from where the call was being made was the arts and craft room. Nobody goes in there at night, not even staff. It's always had a creepy vibe. It used to be where surgeries were performed. The caller, identifying herself as Satana, was asking for help. This would happen about once a month or so. Night shift didn't have much staff, so as supervisor, I knew where all my staff was because I would be the one to help relieve them during breaks. I know with 100% certainty that no staff or patients were the ones calling 911. I know it wasn't a patient because psych hospital doors are locked, and to get to that room, a patient would have to cross 3 barriers of passcode-protected doors. Creepy. I thought so. At other times, our PA would turn on randomly, usually after 10 p.m., and you'd hear breathing and beeping machines. None of our equipment beeped. One time in particular, the PA turned on, and you could hear what sounded like a kid speaking, but the content of what he was saying, it couldn't be made out. Then it stopped. Then started again, and then you could hear what sounded like outgoing calls playing through the PA. This was impossible to do, because to activate the PA, you pick up the phone and dial 77. Once you do that, you lose a dial tone and cannot make an outbound call. So anywho, the PA played an outgoing call for hours, yet not a single phone was ringing in the hospital, so we weren't sure what was happening, let alone how. It finally stopped around 6 a.m., and our patients were pissed. Imagine trying to fall asleep to that. To this day, nobody knew how that happened, and the technician we called out at the time thought that we were pranking him. And that's all I've got. I left in 2014, a year prior to leaving. A patient had successfully taken their life, died right in front of me while we tried CPR. He had hung himself in his bedroom, and I wonder if his ghost still roams the halls. Thanks for listening to my stories. One day when I was 15, I came back from school like any other normal day. I live in Sofia, so McDonald's was the easiest and greatest of lunches, so I brought some lunch home and sat to watch a show called Ghost Hunters. Since I was in the 3rd grade, I gained an interest in the paranormal. I think it was because I wanted to believe there was life after death and so on, only what I was about to experience was definitely a surprise. While I was watching, I heard footsteps. I knew that my mom and my dad were at work, and of course the neighbors were as well. There was virtually no one that was going to come unattended. There were no such people in my life. Of course, I went and checked the door, and there was no one there, so I decided to turn back to my room. Just as I was about to sit back down on my bed, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a shadowy hand, almost a demonic one. It was coming from the wall next to my bed, trying to grab me. I just jumped. My heart was racing. Even now, remembering this, I still feel uneasy. When my parents came home, I told them the story, but no one believed me. They said that I was watching too many ghost stories. It's a fair analysis, but it hurt my feelings. Nonetheless, everything was normal for a couple of days, when some dark news was delivered to our family. My granddad on my mom's side had died. I was devastated, but I started to think, was it some sort of premonition that I had? Is that what a person sees before death of a relative happens? Was it actually a ghost? Was it some sort of manifestation of my sadness, or the sadness of the spirit? The two could be completely unrelated as well, but it doesn't really change the fact that it happened, and I can't seem to forget it. I do believe in phone calls from beyond, and I speak from experience. Early one morning, way back in the landline days, I answered a call from an uncle in New York City who asked in an uncharacteristically quiet tone to speak to my mother. I told him that she had left for work, and he thanked me and hung up without leaving a message. I thought the call was strange, as my uncle was normally loud, very outgoing, and always interested in what was going on with me. A few days later, his wife reported him missing after having not seen him for a few days. Sadly, he had died of a massive heart attack on an NYC street without carrying any ID. It was only through the tireless effort of other relatives and us putting our heads together that he was ever identified. I'm absolutely certain the phone call was after his passing. Perhaps he didn't want to stay unidentified forever. My mom and I were driving up the California coast from Los Angeles to Sacramento. The date was September 26th, 1969. We wanted to take our time and enjoy the scenic route. Mom had packed lunch, and we decided to stop at a place called Lake Berryessa. The lake is fairly close to Napa, in between San Francisco and Sacramento. We had our dog with us. We wanted to walk her for a bit, find a place to eat lunch. My mom spotted a parking lot and turned into it. The area was desolate and very quiet. There was one car in the parking lot. It was an old off-white sedan. My mother noticed that there were clothes on hangers hanging from the little hooks behind the windows in the backseat of the car. She commented that because of the clothing, it looked like someone was traveling. She didn't say anything more, but I sensed that she was a bit wary about being in such a lonely place and seeing one car in the parking lot, but not a soul around. Mom and I began walking with our dog on her leash and looking around for a spot to sit down and eat lunch. We saw a few picnic tables in the short distance. The lake was to our left as we walked towards the picnic tables, but before we sat down at one of the tables, we wanted to let our dog walk around a bit more. So we turned in a somewhat wide circle. The lake and the narrow beach along the lake was now on our right. There were tall brown weeds in front of us, but off to the right. As we were walking along, we heard a voice that came from the tall weeds. The voice, clearly a male voice and somewhat gruff, called, "Hey, psst, psst, hey you, come here." And he repeated again, "Psst, come here." As I'm writing this and remembering the freeze-frame fear of that moment, I have chills. My mother yelled, "Run," and grabbed the dog in her arms. We ran back to our Volkswagen Bug, jumped in, locked the doors, and got out of there faster than fast. On September 28th, 1969, 2 days later, the TV and the newspapers were full of news about a hideous attack at Lake Berryessa. The Zodiac killer had murdered a young woman and severely wounded a man who had been sitting on the exact beach by the lake that my mother and I had passed, just before hearing the voice coming from the weeds. My mother heard the news and said, "Yep, it was him." Interestingly, I live not more than 50 miles from that lake and beach that my mom walked past all those years ago, where the crime was committed. The region surrounding Lake Berryessa is stunningly beautiful. Abundant foliage, wildlife, and of course, the lake. Though, I still cannot go to the place where the Zodiac was. My memory of the evil I felt that day just doesn't leave me. Two years before our 15-year-old daughter, Allie, died in a car accident, I had a dream that she would die in a car accident. In the years since the accident, our life has been turned upside down, but we also have experienced countless events involving Allie that brought us comfort. One night I was playing a word game on my iPad. I began a fresh game and waited for the new tiles to dispense. I was thinking of my daughter. When they did dispense, it stole my breath. There, in a perfect order, were just 3-letter tiles. A-L-Y. Coincidence? I didn't think so. I often dream of Allie where she's sitting by my side, yet I'm the only one who knows she's there. She's invisible to everyone else. She said that it has to be this way for reasons I can't understand. But she's always with us. My husband used to beg for a dream from Allie. He just wanted to be sure his baby girl was okay. One night he got something far more. I remember moaning in my sleep, a deep guttural moan. Only a bereaved mother understands. My husband said he looked at me to make sure I was okay, and in that moment, Allie's face was transposed onto mine. He got his wish. Some people believe after-death contact is evil. How can something that brings so much comfort be evil? It's been 10 years now, and Allie doesn't visit often, but I always know she's there. And that brings tremendous comfort to my broken heart. Sometimes it amazes me I lived to tell this story. My husband and I were on vacation at a fancy all-inclusive resort in Cancun, Mexico. We were young. We dressed up and brought all of our best jewelry. Him, a gold Rolex, gold chain and bracelet. Me, my new diamond bracelet and beautiful engagement ring. Everyone was so nice our first morning in paradise. And at breakfast, we met a nice young lady who took the time to stop and chat for a while. Later that evening, we went downtown to the shopping areas, and we loved it. It was getting quite dark, and we were starting to head back to our resort, when that same super friendly young lady appeared and offered us a ride back to the resort. She was going there anyway. This was fantastic. Yes, we said. We hopped in her van, and she told us that we had to make one quick stop. Was that okay? She asked. Of course. On the way, she told us various stories about the places we passed and told us the best places to eat. The conversation seemed really natural, but she managed to ask some specific questions, which, looking back, they were off. Asking us why we were traveling, who in our family knew we were in Mexico, when they expected us back. With the language barrier, it was easy to mistake these as innocent questions about our trip. She pulled up to an insanely loud night spot with a home connected to it right next door. I mean, the music was loud. A locked iron gate surrounded the courtyard. "Come on in," she smiled and beckoned. We jumped out of the van and stood beside her, her hands suddenly shaking uncontrollably as she unlocked the gate. We went in. She shakily locked it. We got to the front door and she opened it, ushered us in, and we were speechless to see a giant room. Not just any giant room, a giant white room. All the walls were white tiles to the ceiling. Along the wall was a giant sink, several hoses. The floors were solid white, with huge drain holes in several areas. The room was very well lit. We were standing with her, and she was shaking more than ever. Innocent, young, and confused, we stood there silently as she called up the stairs. "Julio! Julio! Julio!" When she had no response, she hysterically ran up the stairs, only to find that the one door was locked. She screamed for Julio one more time, telling him she got business for him. No response. She stomped down the stairs and yelled at us, "Let's go," in a completely different tone of voice. She was angry, but we obediently followed her out to the van. Her whole demeanor had changed. She was mean and wild. She drove crazy away from the blasting music next door, speeding away for what seemed like forever. Then, she just came to a screeching halt and yelled, "Get out!" In the pitch black, middle of nowhere, we did again as we were told. It was then we realized our stupidity. Our lives had been spared from a slaughterhouse. The sinks, the noise to cover screams, the drains and the floors, probably all for our jewelry. Julio, the butcher, nowhere to be found that lucky night. We walked until we saw streets, took a taxi back to our resort in complete silence. We locked every piece of jewelry in our safe and thanked God for being spared. We never saw her again, but I'll never forget her. My father died in 1982 when I was 8. I was an only child and I was Daddy's girl. His death wasn't sudden as he was diagnosed with cancer in June and passed away in November. Even at an early age, I knew the permanency of death. My great-grandmother died a year prior to his passing, and my grandmother passed away in June 1982. I was in school when my dad died that morning. I was using the restroom when I turned to open the stall door. I caught a whiff of Aqua Velva. For those who don't know, it was a popular aftershave in the 70s and 80s, and it has a very distinct odor. Well, that's what my dad wore, and I loved the smell of his cheeks. So when I caught the distinct odor, I was expecting to see him outside the girls' bathroom. I walked out and didn't see him, so I walked down the hallway hoping he was looking for me. When I finally went back to class, my teacher called me up to her desk and informed me that I'd been gone for about 15 minutes. She said, "It's 9:55. You left here at 9:40. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on school. I kept thinking about smelling that odor. At 10:30, my mom came to the classroom and my teacher went out to speak with her. After a while, my teacher came in, quietly got my coat and lunchbox, and walked me into the hallway. I didn't say anything to my mom, and when we got to the stairway landing, I asked if Daddy had died. She turned and stooped down to my eye level, and with tears in her eyes quietly said, "Yes." I asked her when he died, and she replied, "At 9:45. I truly believe that he wanted to let me know that he was there in that bathroom, and it was his time to go. Every so often I'll catch a whiff of Aqua Velva for just a slight second, and I'd like to think that it's my dad checking in on me." I had a restraining order placed against my first husband after we divorced. His threats made me afraid for my life, and I was terrified he'd return someday to kill me. Robbie was a bad man. His Christian attitude was a mask to hide his toxic behavior. Only at home would he feel comfortable extending his full wrath if I were to displease him. Months went by and I thought my nightmare was over and I could start moving on. My friends that didn't have him blocked on social media told me that he moved out of state. A year would go by with no contact. I began to let my guard down, thinking he'd moved on from me. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Even after I'd sold the house and moved, he still managed to find me. The house I purchased from the sale was a smaller house on larger property. Living by myself, I had no use for extra rooms that I'd rarely use, but I did enjoy having no neighbors. I was able to purchase all of it for less than what my house sold for. I was able to furnish everything exactly how I liked, and I even had a little put in my savings. The first week living there full-time, I tried to ignore the jitters new surroundings can present. The settling of an unfamiliar house, it took some getting used to. But the more I unpacked, the more it felt like home. It took longer than expected to get the last box fully sorted. I spent the first few months using them as tables. Moving always gives perspective to what items you thought necessary to survive day to day. It became more of an aesthetic task since I wasn't expecting visitors. It was the 4th of July and I was working at a bank. A male coworker asked me out to watch fireworks, and I decided to try my hand at being friends with another human. I wasn't looking for anything romantic, and I let it be known. He was respectful, and I enjoyed getting out to see the fireworks. The city council hosts a big show in the middle of town every year to celebrate the 4th of July and New Year's. I was really enjoying my new life. When he drives me home and we pull down my driveway, I notice a light in my attic is on. From what I remembered, the lights were off. I've only been up there a handful of times to put boxes away, but I surely would have noticed the octagon window glowing above the front door sooner. I didn't let my coworker know how uneasy I was feeling when he dropped me off. I didn't want to invite him inside and ask for his help in any way. When I got out, he didn't get out to walk me to the door. We said our goodbyes in the car, and he backed out right after I shut his door. My porch light was off, another light I could have sworn I knew the positioning of. When I left that afternoon, I mindfully turned it on, knowing I'd be coming home late. I fumble to get my keys in the door. When I get it open, I flip the switch to the porch light, and it blinks on again. So it didn't burn out. Turning around to face the living room, I can also see down my hallway that leads to the bedroom and bathroom. The hallway is also where the entrance to the attic is, via a pull-down ladder. Not being a dumb lady, I have a conceal and carry permit and regularly practiced my shot. It was a good hobby for a single woman to pick up living on her own. After checking my immediate surroundings, I made a sprint to the bedroom to get the pistol. Then I went from room to room, checking to see if anything was out of place, but everything was as I'd left it earlier that day. Turning my attention toward the attic, I yanked down the trap door, but the ladder didn't fall down. It felt like it was stuck. It took 3 good pulls before the door released, sliding the ladder down with such speed that it chipped the wood floor beneath it. Before I make the slow climb up the ladder, I point my gun at the lit opening and wait to see if anyone pops their head out. I had my finger on the trigger. I was prepared to shoot anything that moved, including an unlucky raccoon. I didn't care. Anything that moved was going straight to God. I climb the wooden ladder and poke my head inside the attic. There's no one up there, but what I do see still puts me on high alert. All the boxes I'd stored up there had been knocked down. All that was inside now laid in piles on the ground of the attic. A raccoon could have definitely gotten in there and done this. I reason this with myself, looking at the mess as more frustrating than scary. I fully pull myself up into the attic to see if anything's been damaged before turning off the light. Giving the piles a close inspection, I tried to ignore the fact that it looked like the boxes were tipped completely upside down, not just pushed over. Old pictures of Robbie and I scattered on the ground. Halloween costumes and holiday decorations looked like they'd been thrown around the attic. The space is a big open area. It would have been easy to see if anyone was hiding up there, because there's nothing to hide behind. When I climb back down the ladder, I can reach the cord for the light, and I tug it off before stepping down the rungs. The ladder reclines back up, and just as the trapdoor seals off the attic, I hear loud, stomping footsteps above me. I'm now officially completely scared, even with a gun in my hand. I called the police and waited outside until they could do a more thorough job checking the house. They didn't find anyone. I told them about my restraining order, but all they could do was have me call back if anything else happened. That night, I slept with the phone in one hand and my gun in the other. But the rest of the night was quiet. The morning, however, I woke up to the smell of cigarette smoke. It was the strongest when I walked into the kitchen. I don't smoke. Haven't smelled a smell like that since I stopped living with Robbie. Once more, I retrieve my gun and walk from room to room, checking every inch of the house. All the doors and windows were still locked tight, and again, nothing was out of place. I called in sick to work that day. paranoid that Robbie had found me and he was going to kill me. I spent most of the morning looking out my window at the far, narrow exit of my property. I called my friend and asked her if Robbie's been on social media lately. I explained what's going on, and while we're on the phone together, she uses an account that he hasn't blocked her on. She starts by going, on the phone, and I start asking what? Terrified that she found a recent post like, off to kill my ex or something like that, but what she tells me leaves me equally as speechless. Holy shit, she says. Robbie died last week. There's a whole bunch of comments on his page saying, "We'll miss you, can't believe this happened, rest in peace," but none of them explain how he died. More research led to an obituary. It was true. Robbie was really gone. After we hung up, something came over me, and I was struck with such strong emotions. I just stood in my kitchen and cried. I knew it was him. Robbie had visited me to say goodbye, and even in death, he tried to scare me. He's never visited since. I'm sure he's in hell now. In a strange way, I like to think I got a sense of closure from it. The feeling of being terrified, unconfident, uncertain. It was the same way I felt all those years we were together. But this reminded me that now I'm a stronger person than who I was. Back in the 80s, you could hitchhike just about anywhere you wanted to go, and I spent a lot of time doing just that. Over a 6-year period, I made dozens of friends and collected tons of stories, but I finally met my match in Texas. One late afternoon, I got a ride with a middle-aged woman in a soccer mom van. She was going into the city and said that she wouldn't mind some company for the long drive. Women are always easy to get along with because the disagreeable ones never stop for hitchhikers. Plus, I've never had a woman pull her pants down and start demanding things, so there's that. We were traveling down some 2-lane highway through nowhere, having a normal conversation, until I asked if she had kids. You'd think that would be a safe topic. She said if her daughter wasn't so tired after practice, I would have noticed her in the back seat. I knew the back was empty. You always check the back. But I looked anyway. Then, I stared at the woman, confused, and she glanced in the rearview mirror. Instantly, her face went pale from shock, and she began repeatedly screaming, "Oh my God, where is she? Oh my God, where is she?" She almost flipped the van while turning around, and then sped up to 80 miles before suddenly slamming on her brakes. I'd be dead without a seatbelt. Once stopped, she turned to me and said, "You did this. Where is she?" The woman lunged at me, left scratches on my face and arms. I leapt out of the van, and then she sped off, leaving me stranded. I walked for hours without seeing a single car, but someone finally picked me up just as it was getting fully dark. Once we got to a phone, I reported everything to the police, not because I wanted to press charges, just because I was hoping to learn more. Was the kid okay? Was the mom off of her meds? I knew something happened when the dispatcher transferred me. Just before she clicked over, I heard her say, "It's about Martha again." A very tired, very old-sounding gentleman came to the phone. It seems the previous year, Martha's 7-year-old was kidnapped by her abusive ex. He came into the house while they were sleeping and took the little girl from her bed. Martha had never woken up, not until the police were knocking on her door an hour later. Her ex had a head-on collision with a delivery truck while attempting to flee town. Both were killed on impact. Understandably, Martha was having a hard time accepting reality. That experience has always stayed with me. About 5 years ago, I realized it was possible to Google Martha. just to see if she was okay. It took much longer than expected, but I eventually learned that she died 2 days after our incident. She had picked up another hitchhiker on the same highway, but this time she didn't kick the girl out, and they were both killed when Martha drove into a ravine at almost 70 miles per hour. I was kinda glad I hadn't learned it sooner, but regretful to learn it at all. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kinda scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and it went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. Greetings from Ohio. I'm a 31-year-old female who enjoyed late-night drives in the early 2000s. I rode around in the middle of nowhere places listening to my favorite music. It was relaxing, until I ended up in a shady part of some random backwoods town. I stopped at a red light and almost jumped out of my skin when someone began lightly tapping on my window. I don't know where he came from, but there was suddenly a man pointing a gun at me. He screamed for me to get out, that he was taking the car. I reacted out of pure instinct and floored it. There were at least 3 shots, maybe 4, I don't know. The first one went through the middle of my right forearm. I reflexively flung myself over the steering wheel and drove to the nearest hospital. The police said that there was also a bullet hole through the driver's headrest. Had I not leaned forward after being hit by the first shot, I'd be dead. When I was about 14, I lived in an old house that once belonged to my great-grandmother. Right next door was an even older house that was once home to my great-grandmother's mother, Mama Roberts. Mama Roberts was dead, and I always suspected that she may have died in the house, because there was a creepy feel whenever you were in that house. We mostly used the house for storage, but there was also a ping pong table, and my friends would come over and we'd play ping pong in the house. One day, my friends and I were playing ping pong and it started to get late, so we turned off the lights in the house. My friends went home, and I went back to my house. After an hour or so, my parents called me and told me that the light was on in the house, right where we were playing ping pong. I was sure that I'd turned off the light, but I stepped outside. I saw that dark, scary house with the light on in the room where we had been. The thought of going into that house in the dark gave me goosebumps all over. I was very scared, but almost for no reason. And then I had a thought. Mama Roberts is my relative. She wouldn't hurt me. Her spirit may even be able to help me if she had the chance. So I shouted out to the house and said, "Mama Roberts, I left the light on. Can you turn the light off?" That instant, the light went off. It still creeps me out, and that was 22 years ago. I was 13 years old. I'd been attacked in a school playground by a vicious Doberman, let loose by some stupid kids. The dog tore a hole in my hamstring and tendon, so my dad decided that we should go to the ER. As we arrive, we can hear some kind of 2-way radio with a voice saying there was a bad accident and 2 people were coming into the ER. I was taken back and told to lay prone on the exam table. The staff were scurrying around, preparing for the arrivals. The doctor came over, injected me with a numbing agent, and started to stitch my torn hamstring together. Suddenly, with a bang, the ER doors fly open, and I can see one person being transferred and wheeled into a space next to me. The doctor made his apologies and ran over to help him. I couldn't make out the gender because the amount of blood. Wasn't even sure there was a head. I couldn't even tell where the head was supposed to be. For the next 30 minutes, they worked on this poor soul with CPR, trying to shock him to life. The curtain was not pulled across, and I witnessed the whole gruesome mess. I could smell burning flesh. After some time, I heard the eerie tone of a flatline, just like in the movies. Mind you, I'm 13, but my mom was a nurse. I'd seen quite a bit for a kid, Still, I was horrified. There was a fresh, dead person next to me. The doctor and nurses received the next patient and worked on them with success in the space to my right. I think they lived. With a sigh, he returned to me and noticed that I could see everything, including the dead body just feet away from me. Oh, geez. He pulled the curtain across to block the view. Is that guy dead? I asked. Yep, damn it he is. He didn't wear a seatbelt, and this is what happens. After pulling his bloody gown and gloves off, he slowly washed his hands in silence, walked over to me. At least I can fix you. My dad asked how it went in the ER, and I told him I just wanted to go home. I used to work in construction. I was part of a crew that was assigned to enclose a building that was gutted by a fire. The building was an old train depot that housed offices and a microbrewery and several restaurants. Our job was to shore up the walls, install the second floor, relocate the elevator, beef up the foundation, and build a roof system. One day, my fellow worker named Dan and I were assigned to relocate the elevator to the center of the building and also cut out the flooring and floor joist and frame up the opening. After successfully completing that task, we were cleaning up around the area, and I dropped my tape measurer into that hole in the floor. I would have to go down into the basement to retrieve it. There were 2 ways I could go. I decided to go down the closest way and proceeded to that staircase. It was the back one, a narrow, dark staircase that ended up in a small room without a light. That room opened into a larger room with one light bulb that wasn't bright enough to light up the entire room. As I entered the room, I could see my tape measure lying on the floor. I proceeded to walk over and grab it. And that's when I saw what I thought was Dan, standing just out of the light. I couldn't see his face, just the clothes and feet. It dawned on me that the clothes were different and that he got down there really fast. I asked him how he got down there so quick as I passed him. When he didn't respond back, I turned to look at him, and he disappeared. I grabbed my tape and ran up and out of that space as quickly as I could. I knew at that point that I had just seen a ghost. I told the crew about it, and they laughed at me, started calling me the Ghostbuster, or Buster for short. That story made it to a TV station that was 100 miles away, and they interviewed me. I was also interviewed by a documentary movie director, someone that wanted to put my story into a project he was working on. Come to find out, the original owner back in the 1800s had a daughter that fell in love with a local man, one that was not of her standing. The father, not wanting his daughter to marry outside of their class, had shot the man and killed him after an argument. Thus the reason he was still there, waiting for her. I was also assigned to lock up and unlock the job site every day. I used to come in early and unlock the building and the trailer. I used to find the doors unlocked and no footprints in the snow. That place used to give me the creeps. I was married to an alcoholic who was abusive when drinking and a pussycat all other times. He'd been sober for about 1.5 years at this time. I had a 1-year-old daughter and recently had given birth to my son, an extreme preemie at 26 weeks, 1 pound, 13 ounces. He was obviously in the hospital, the NICU at a major Boston hospital. We lived 35 to 45 minutes from there, so daily visits weren't possible. I'd been informed that my son had developed a very serious bacterial infection, but they hadn't been able to identify the bacteria, and so far, the antibiotics weren't working. I was told that his chances of making it were not good. I felt so helpless. I couldn't get in there to see him for another day, so I just hoped that he would hang on until then. My husband was working 2 jobs, so it left just me and our little 1-year-old. My little one went down for a nap. I knew that she'd be asleep for a couple of hours, so I decided to see what was in the attic of the double-decker we were renting. There was an old stairwell ladder hooked on the ceiling just outside of the apartment, so I brought it down and went up there. There wasn't much. A couple of old lamps, some broken furniture, and a huge chimney. When I went around the chimney, there was a tiny room with the name Richard spelled out in rope across the top of the entry. I went in and found a few children's chairs, a table, some toys, a record player, and a box with various things in it. There was a small, flat, blue box. I opened it, and inside was a tiny, miraculous medal, a swatch of hair, and a fabric name band that had handwriting that said, Baby Boy R. Some scribbles that looked like it might have been the weight, the height, and the birth date. These were all the exact same as my son's, but 50 years earlier. It kind of freaked me out, so I grabbed the box and its contents, and I went back downstairs. I didn't think about it again until that night. Baby girl is asleep. Dad is at work. I wake up. It's 2 or 3 in the morning, and I see a light shining in the kitchen. I figured I must have left the light on in the living room. So I get up and start to go through the kitchen. Just then, the baby wakes up, so I grab her before I go down to the living room. When I get to the dining room, I think the light might be from the full moon, as it isn't as bright as it seemed before. I go into the living room, and it is indeed moonlight. Sitting at the bay window seat is a man, well, a silhouette of one. I can see that his hair is almost to his shoulders, and it looks kind of gray. He's wearing a plaid flannel shirt, blue and white, and jeans. I can't see his face because his feet aren't in the moonlight. I'm not afraid, but my baby starts crying. I remember the box, and I say to him, if you're here to help us, help my baby, that's great, but you're scaring this little one. So, if you can keep helping, I'd appreciate it, but don't show yourself when the baby's around. With that, he disappeared, and so did the moonlight. It was so abrupt that I went over to the window to look for the moon. No moon and a clear sky. Just then, the phone starts ringing in the kitchen, so I go to answer it. It's the hospital. They're telling me that they found out what the bacteria was, and they were giving him 3 different antibiotics. The fever was coming down, and it looks like he'll make it. And he did. He definitely made it. I do have other experiences living in that rental, but this is the best one. In New Hampshire, we have the Flume Gorge, a 2-mile hike with huge cliffs and waterfalls. I'm a photographer, and in 2002, I got a new camera that I was dying to test on the falls. I had a late start, one of the tires blew on the way, and I got a speeding ticket. It was so late that I should have just tried again the next day, but I wanted those fancy sunset pictures. Much of the trail has stairs and walkways, but I went where I shouldn't have and put my foot into a hole because I couldn't see the ground. I plummeted down one of the thankfully smaller waterfalls, all for a unique angle, an angle I'm still paying for today, and I didn't even get the damn shot. I bounced off several rocks and landed in the freezing water below. My right arm and leg were unquestionably broken. My leg was twisted in a way that made me vomit. I somehow managed to get my body onto dry land, and that's when I noticed the broken ribs and the numbness in my hip. But I couldn't move at all afterwards. My flashlight must have gotten lost in the fall, so I laid there, bleeding from unknown places, in and out of consciousness. It was a pitch-black, starless night. The insects ate me alive, but I couldn't swat them away. At one point, Something big came close enough to smell me, and I screamed. It backed away with a short grunt, but I never heard it leave. After drifting off again, something woke me by nudging my broken arm with a giant paw. The tips of its sharp claws raked my skin, and I screamed so loud I thought that I would wake the world. Again, there was that same grunt in a short retreat, but it stopped somewhere close by. I occasionally heard it creep closer, only to back away again when I yelled. I deeply feared what it would do while I slept. There was too much pain to keep myself awake. No matter how hard I tried, I would pass out and dream of being eaten by a giant prehistoric bear. Then I'd wake up screaming. I must have repeated that cycle at least 10 times before the rangers found me in the morning. I wept when I saw them. I worried that they were another dream, but once the rescue team started moving me, I knew that it was the awake kind of pain. They airlifted me to a hospital where I stayed for 4 weeks, got tons of metal placed into my body, all for a picture. My fellow nurses and I have seen a spirit-like mist rise from the body as a patient died. Scared the hell out of me the first time. After that, I just accepted that the patient had been released from their suffering. One that stuck with me was when I had a patient suddenly tell me his friend was there, and that he wanted him to come with him. Instead of a human, I saw a mist-like blob at the foot of his bed. The man didn't know that his friend, also horribly burned in the same accident, had died a few minutes before. Naturally, we didn't tell him, because we didn't want to make his last hours grief-stricken. I told him if he wanted to go with his friend, it was okay. Minutes later, he did. The 2 other nurses beside me saw the mist rise, and they seemed to pass through the window together. I didn't use names here, but I'll never forget them. Neither of them were survivable, so we became the last new friends they ever made. I was 16 and a passenger in my then-boyfriend's car who was 18. We were out driving late at night in a heavy rainstorm when he pulled into a petrol station to refuel the car. It was raining heavily. There was thunder, lightning, and the storm was well underway. Now, in the UK, petrol stations are well maintained, but as I sat there, I saw water dripping down the pillar from between the thick metal sheeting that made up the roof. This heavy feeling came over me as I watched that water dripping down, and I just knew that the roof was going to collapse. I opened the door because my boyfriend was still fueling the car, and I asked him to move the car before he went and paid for his fuel. He initially refused and looked at me like I was mad. I pleaded with him to please move the car, and when he again refused, I became angry and said if he didn't move the car, I was getting out and I was going to wait at the edge of the forecourt in the rain by myself. He was annoyed, but he moved the car and went inside to pay. As he came and got back in the car, he asked me what was that all about, and I said to him, that roof is going to collapse. He looked at it again, as I did, and it appeared sturdy to him. There was nothing to suggest it was unsafe. Still, I knew it was going to collapse. As he pulled out of the station, the sound of heavy metal sheets falling and crashing to the ground could be heard behind us. He braked and looked in the mirror, and I shifted my seat to look behind us. Right there, where I had been sitting, the metal sheet had fallen and was hanging down directly where I'd have sat if I'd still been in the car. The car would have been written off, and I for sure would not have survived the weight of the metal sheets, which would have shattered the windscreen and pierced me in the chest. I'll never forget the look on his face as he turned to me and said, "Oh my God, I'll never question or doubt you again." Years ago, we moved our family from Indiana to New Hampshire. My husband at the time had already started a new job there, so my mother came from Ohio to help me with the move. My 3 daughters, 6, 8, and 10, like most children would be, were sad to leave their friends behind, but they were also curious. What exciting new adventures might lie ahead in a move so far away? The house was clean, the moving van left, so we packed 3 children, Mama, me, and a couple of suitcases. We also had a calm terrier, a styrofoam cooler with sandwiches and milk, and a howling cat, all into our Toyota station wagon. Even with the back seat folded down, it was crammed pretty tight. I should probably mention that it was night, the dead of winter, and snowing like gangbusters as we headed east on the interstate toward New Hampshire. 2 hours down the road, it was snowing so hard I couldn't see the lines on the road, and at times, the road either. My wipers struggled with the heavy snow on the windshield. Driving very slowly, I was relieved to get behind an 18-wheeler, and I kept my eyes on his tail lights, the red guiding me. When he turned off at one of the exits, Mama and I decided that we had no business being on the road in that kind of weather either. It was really late, and at that point, snowing so hard the wipers had all but given up. I couldn't see the road anymore at all. My only clue was the faint glow of our headlights as they lit up the mile markers to the right of the road. A mile further down, I took an exit which promised several motels. I drove to the front door of the first one that we came to. I stopped, took a deep breath, relieved to be off the road. I was about to turn off the car when Carrie, my oldest, said, "Mommy, we can't stay here. There's a fire coming. This motel will burn down and we'll die." Mama and I looked at each other. We looked at the well-lit, snow-covered building, part of a famous motel chain. We assured her that all was well, that there was no fire, but there was no placating her. She was adamant. Mama leaned over and whispered, "Pick your battles, honey." And I agreed. It wasn't worth the aggravation of an argument. I drove on down the street to the next motel, just a few blocks away. We got a room for what was left of the night. In the morning, we were greeted by a sunny day. The snow had stopped and it covered everything. It was beautiful, like a Norman Rockwell painting. After a nice continental breakfast, compliments of the motel, we re-crammed ourselves, the suitcases, the cooler, the dog, the howling cat, back into the Toyota to resume our long drive to New Hampshire. As we passed the first motel from the night before, we were stunned. Sometime during the night, the motel had burned to the ground. I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room, often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m. In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief. But the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found. While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot. Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective, an appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks, the high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around. were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all love that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, "Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that?" We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead, by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. I lived in Japan in my early 20s. I got pregnant and was moved on base. My husband was in the Navy. It was so I could be closer to medical. Nothing happened in my house until my daughter was born a few months later. She was an infant, but old enough where I would let her cry for a few minutes in the middle of the night to see if she would soothe herself to sleep. Listening to the baby monitor, I heard a very gentle shh. I rushed into her room, and I saw a peaceful baby, and the rocking chair was swaying. Living in Japan, there were mild earthquakes several times a week. I used my rational brain and decided that I'd heard nothing, and an earthquake had caused the rocking chair to move. Over the next few weeks, weirder and weirder things started to happen. My husband was deployed, and I was the only adult at home. When I made tea, I filled barely half of the kettle because it was just me. A couple of days after the shh incident, I went to make some tea, and the kettle was so full the moment I moved it, water sloshed everywhere. It was impossible to have filled it that full. I know I didn't do it. The next night I heard the shh again. I said, "Thank you," out loud. I heard the cabinets open and close. I got up, walked towards the kitchen to get some water, and the cabinets opened again, slowly, then closed. 2 nights later, all of the battery-operated toys turned on at about 1 a.m. All of them. A cacophony of electronic noise. After about 2 minutes, they all stopped. Again, I said, "Thank you," but only because I didn't know what the heck was happening. A few days later, I was sewing and dropped a needle on the carpet. I looked, and I couldn't find it. My baby was just starting to crawl, and I was frantic to find it. I couldn't. I searched for a few hours and finally gave up. An hour later, I found a sheet of paper on my kitchen counter with the needle exactly in the center of the piece of paper. It was the craziest thing. I was never afraid. It always seemed loving to me. I mean, honestly, I was terrified until the needle incident. Then it seemed to me like I had a friend trying to help with the baby. Once I reached that perspective, the earlier events were no longer scary. The shh situation repeated about 3 or 4 times, and I was grateful for it at the time. My husband came home, and that night the energy in the house just seemed different. Not off, but different. We went a couple of days with this, and it was unsettling. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to get some water, and I saw an old woman sitting on my couch. I was too startled to be afraid, but got myself together and said, "Thank you for your help. My husband is home now." I then walked into the kitchen. When I walked back through, she was gone. No other crazy things happened again until my daughter's first birthday. We had a party early in the day and left balloons in the living room. I went into my daughter's room in the middle of the night to check on her, and it was filled with all of the balloons from the living room. Nothing else happened after that. In 1992, I was 16 and working at a grocery store. Our store closed at 9 p.m. It was after 8 p.m. when this random dude, probably a little older than me, walked through the sliding doors, walked right up to one of the cash registers, and just started pressing all of the buttons on it. He was smiling and kind of laughing while he did. I was on the register next to that one. I heard all the buttons he was pressing. I looked over and sort of laughed, saying, "What are you doing?" He didn't answer me and kept pressing buttons in a comically, almost exaggerated way, really trying to make anything happen with the register. He was laughing, and honestly, I can't tell you why, but I was laughing pretty hard. Then my assistant manager, a woman a lot older than me, walked up front and spotted him. She looked over at me while I was laughing, and she asked him, "What are you doing?" And she was more serious about it. I switched my gaze back to the guy, and he was now panicking, pressing the buttons to the register more frantically. He wasn't laughing anymore. Then he looked over at the assistant manager, then to me. Right when we made eye contact, he pulled out his gun. He walked closer to me, told me to open the register. The gun was so much closer now. I realized it wasn't a joke. He was seriously trying to rob the store, and that was a real gun. I didn't react because I was taking it all in, but my assistant manager walked over, ushered him over to his original register, the one he'd been playing on. She told him to please lower his gun. She said other stuff too, but I focused on that, really hoping he would. He didn't. Instead, he pointed the gun at her. While she was trying to get the register open, he was saying very hateful things to her, telling her, "Hurry up, bitch, open the damn drawer," pressing the gun into the back of her skull. She got it open. He took out the money, but then started coming to my register. He was again pointing the gun at me. I just stood there. He told me to open the drawer, and so I did. I just stood there while he was taking the money out. He didn't say anything else to me, though, but he pressed the gun against my back with force. Once he had the money, he walked away, and I shut the drawer. He focused his attention back on the assistant manager, and again was erratic and mean, yelling, "Where's the safe, you stupid bitch?" Things like that, hitting her. She told him she couldn't open it until the morning, and he told her that she was going to figure out a way, and continued with the obscenities. He acted like he despised her. He'd raise his voice so loud, wanting her to say one thing out of line so he could shoot her. He kept saying as much. Anything that she said would make him so mad. He got the money out of the 2 registers and even eventually from the safe in the office. While they were in the back, I reached for the phone and dialed 911. I was so scared that he was going to see me. I refused to hold the receiver to my head. As soon as I vaguely heard someone pick up, I started speaking, facing away from the office as best as I could. I told the operator the name of the store, the address. I told them I couldn't pick up the phone to talk, but to please send the police, that we were being robbed at gunpoint. I told them I had to hang up the phone, but I repeated to please send the police, that there was an armed man, just one, with a gun, robbing the store. Then I hung up and hoped for the best. Mere moments later, he was done in the office and the 2 of them walked back toward the registers. He changed his loud, threatening voice to a sarcastic tone, telling us, "Now y'all have a nice night." And he turned to the assistant manager and said, "But fuck you, bitch," and ran out of the sliding doors. The assistant manager's face turned red. She was hysterical and crying. Her entire body was shaking. She told me to call the cops, and I told her that I did while handing her some water and some tissues from my station. Once the police arrived, she was telling them what happened, very upset and crying, so they took a break from her, and then the cops came up to me, asking my side of the story. I told them everything. One cop asked if I was okay. I said yes. He said he was shocked at how calm I was for my age. I told him that the guy didn't really seem to have a problem with me, nor did he show any anger towards me. His rage was directed towards my assistant manager, so I wasn't in that much fear, except maybe for her life. I told him they needed to check back with her, that I was worried about how she was feeling having her life threatened over and over. I explained again how he focused on her, how he wanted her to do something wrong so he could shoot her. This was a long time ago, but he got away with it and was never caught. Every April, my family spends a week at our lake house in Louisiana. This year, we took my cousin because his parents were fighting again. My uncle is a real prick, so he stays with us a lot. Benji is 12 and on the way to being just like his father, so needless to say, I wasn't happy to be stuck with him for an entire week. At least when he stayed with us at home, I could go out with friends. I know when you think lake house, you imagine swimming and jet skis, but it's not that kind of place. At least not this lake. It's all swampland and alligators, and that's how we could afford the property in the first place. If anything, it's more of a lake shack. There were too many snakes and bugs for my taste, so I usually watch TV and play Xbox. Benji, however, is an avid little fisherman, and his favorite kind is noodling. If you're not familiar with the term, it's also called hand fishing. It's illegal in over half the state, so allow me to explain. Noodling is when you go into muddy water and stick your arm into a giant catfish hole. If you're lucky, the fish will latch on and you can pull it out. Sounds fun, right? There's a few problems. It can be fairly dangerous for a number of reasons. Chief among those reasons, lots of things live in holes, snakes and snapping turtles among them. The first rule is to never stick your hand in a hole that's not 100% submerged. You also want to wear a protective glove, if not a full sleeve, or you can get cut up pretty badly. Our first day on the lake, Benji wanted to go noodling, but my parents warned him about the gators and reminded him that noodling season wouldn't even start until next month. For the next 2 days, Benji fished from the pier, and we all did our own thing. On the third day, my parents drove into town, and I was placed on babysitting duty. Benji immediately went back to the pier, and I went to my Xbox. All should have been well, but an hour later, I heard his screams. They were the kind of screams that let you know something awful was happening. Filled with pain and terror, I thought someone was attacking him, so I grabbed my dad's rifle on the way out, but it was so much worse than I thought. As I would later learn, Benji saw my parents leaving as a chance to go noodling. He didn't have his glove, and he had never done it without his dad being there to watch over him. After a couple of empty holes, he tried one that had some kind of sharp debris sticking through the wall. It cut into his forearm and down the length of his hand before he could get free. To hide what he had done, he tried to wash the blood off in the lake, hoping to wrap his arm in a t-shirt and bandage the wound before anyone noticed. Unfortunately, splashing your bloody hand in alligator-infested waters is a very bad thing to do, especially when you're a small boy. He never even noticed the gator as it approached, only after it lunged. It latched onto his hand and began dragging him down. That's when the screaming started. The water he was standing in was just over ankle deep, but the gator was trying to get him in a death roll. I was halfway there when the gator flipped him over. Benji's head went beneath the water, and I thought he was dead. I imagined explaining to my parents and the police how his parents would react, but just as quickly he was back, screaming louder than ever, but flailing too much to see anything more than a blur of movement. Suddenly, I was in the water with him. The gator was just making his second death roll attempt, and I fired straight into its underbelly. Its mouth opened, and I dragged Benji out of the lake by his good arm. He was still screaming bloody murder, People from the other houses were making their way down to us. 3 other guys put the alligator out of its misery, while someone else called an ambulance. I was in total shock. It wasn't until some lady started tending to Benji's wound that I saw the damage. His hand was barely left attached. It just hung there by a thin strip of skin and muscle, like a dead piece of meat. I could see jagged ends of broken bones sticking out of the red, stained flesh, and it made me puke. My parents arrived moments after the paramedics. Benji was airlifted to a hospital with my mom while Dad and I followed in the car. It took us 2 hours to get there. By then, the doctors had determined that there was no chance of saving his hand and had begun surgery. This happened the first week of April, so it's been a couple of weeks now. Benji's home from the hospital, but in poor spirits, as expected. I feel awful. No one has specifically blamed me, but I should have kept a better eye on him. My aunt and uncle openly blamed my parents. I don't know if they'll ever be able to fix their relationship. Even though they won't say it, I know they blame me too. The way they look at me now is just awful. Whoever's fault it was, Benji will pay the price for the rest of his life now. Even if he was being a snotty brat, most kids are. They don't know any better, and no one deserves this kind of lesson at 12 years old. When my wife and I bought our first house, an old Victorian style built in the 50s, almost every night we heard what sounded like kids' footsteps running down the upstairs hallway and other random sounds. My wife mentioned it to one of the neighbors, and they said it was probably just peacocks on the roof. The house backed up to a conservation area where wild peacocks lived, and they would occasionally get up on the rooftops. That answer made sense, so we basically got used to it and eventually ignored it. Less than a year later, our son was born, and when he was 1, he would balance all of his toys on top of the other toys and make them spin. Literally found the center of balance of various toys and would walk in circles around the room, giving each a gentle touch to keep it rotating. It was the weirdest and coolest thing I'd ever seen. When he was 2 or 3, we would hear him talking in his room at night. One night I asked who he was talking to. He said, "Tracy." I asked, "Who's Tracy?" And he says, "The girl who lives in the wall. She's usually nice, but sometimes she scares me." He described a girl with brown hair and a yellow dress who would play with him sometimes and occasionally wake him up at night, but he didn't seem to be bothered by any of it, just startled sometimes. He would talk about her once in a while, but it wasn't a common occurrence. A couple of years later, we had added on to the house and moved the master bedroom downstairs, switching the kids' rooms around. Our youngest was now in his old room and about ready to transition from crib to toddler bed. She'd always been a sound sleeper, but she cried almost every night in that room. Her first night in the toddler bed, we heard a loud thud, followed by screaming, and rushed into the room. We were thinking she had fallen out of bed, but she was on the other side of the room. We got her calmed down and back into bed, and it happened again the next night. So we ended up switching the kids' rooms back, and they were fine. We looked up the history of the house, but we didn't find anything about missing little girls or anyone with the name Tracy that had lived there. Eventually, our son stopped talking about her, and a few years later, I ended up taking a job with another company, and we moved. The house was empty for a few months after we moved, and the neighbor across the street called my wife one day. About a week after we left, she thought she saw our daughter looking out the window, so she waved at her. And then she remembered we didn't live there anymore. Okay, so this happened the other night, actually. And before you say it's not scary, I invite you to literally picture this happening to you. I was awake at 2 in the morning watching YouTube videos when I heard tapping behind my head. I have one window in my bedroom that happens to be right behind the headboard of my bed. I thought that it was a bug, so I was already a little freaked out. I hate bugs, but they've been getting into my room through a hole in my window screen lately. So I decided to put my computer away and go to sleep. The tapping continues, and at this point I'm getting irritated because I just want to go the fuck to sleep. So I take a look around. It was too dark to see out my window, so I grabbed my phone to use as a light. I swear to all that is holy, I nearly had a heart attack. Right outside my window, at 2 in the morning, was a fucking owl staring right at me. Despite me screaming, waving my arms, and even throwing something at the window, it just stayed, staring at me. I don't really know why, but my heart was racing. It didn't feel like an animal was looking at me. And right at my peak scaredness, it flew away. Owls, they've always creeped me out, and I've never seen one up close except for a stuffed dead owl that was on display at my old elementary school. Maybe that's why they freak me out. Either way, it was weird as fuck. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived one more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. Hey there, love the channel. I heard you read a noodling story the other day and decided to tell my own. I hope y'all like it. This happened about 5 years ago. I was in my 20s and still living in Mississippi. Most folks call it hand fishing there, but I prefer to say noodling. People always act surprised when I wade into the water with the boys, but there's lots of girls who do it. I don't compete or take it too seriously, but I like to go when I get the chance. When I was younger, I ended up with 8 stitches in my hand, and I've been wearing a protective glove ever since. I know noodling sounds a bit extreme, especially when you look at Google images and see how big catfish get, but it's actually pretty safe as long as you take the necessary precautions, which I failed to do on this particular day. It's true that you shouldn't reach into any hole that isn't fully submerged. Your biggest dangers come from things that breathe air. No air, no snapping turtles. But it's also true that you should stay away from the holes that go too deep. If you're wading into waist-deep waters and then crawling halfway inside a 6-foot hole, you could get stuck, and people might not be able to get you out in time. I was noodling with 2 of my cousins, Chris and Brandon, and we hadn't caught anything for over an hour when I found a choice hole just a couple feet deeper into the river. The water was just above, about halfway up my torso, but I went under and reached in for a feel. Sure enough, the hole was occupied with a big mama. They get protective over their eggs, so they'll spin and thrash around with more force than you'd expect. Their mini death rolls can scrape up your arm pretty good if you aren't wearing protection, which I was. Unfortunately, it wasn't my usual gear. Our fishing trip was a last-minute thing, so I had to borrow Brandon's girlfriend's glove. It was loose and a little short on me, so the fish's mouth made it to the exposed skin. It wasn't anything to panic over. People do worse all the time, but I was starting to run out of air, and the fish didn't budge as I tried to pull. It just kept thrashing, and then I realized the glove was stuck on something. When I couldn't immediately withdraw, I began kicking to signal Chris and Brandon. I immediately felt their arms pulling at me, and then there was an incredibly sharp pain just above my wrist as something punctured deep into my skin. I had so many things racing through my mind. There couldn't be any air breathers down there, and whatever got me was definitely inside the fish's mouth. But catfish don't have needle-sharp teeth, so what the hell jabbed me? It went in deep enough that I had to restrain myself from gasping. I was on the verge of running out of breath when the fish finally came free with my arm, and we were pulled to the surface. There was only a brief moment of relief before the pain in my arm intensified. I had a catfish all right, and it was twice as mad as it had been in the hole. My cousins didn't understand why I was screaming, but it took both of them to wrangle that fish and get it off of me. For the most part, when we catch something, the only trophy we're looking for is a good picture. 9 times out of 10, we release the fish with no harm done. Some people, however, are scumbags and release fish with hooks still in their jaws. In this case, it looked like someone couldn't get the hook out, so they cut the end off and called it a day. This wasn't a little hook either. It damaged the ulnar nerve, which apparently runs from your elbow to wrist. Chris called a friend to help him with the catfish while Brandon drove me to the ER. A little fun fact about the ulnar nerve. It's the thing that makes the tingling sensation when you hit your funny bone, and when it's damaged, that sensation is 10 times worse. Mine was particularly nasty. It hurt like hell for weeks, and it was numb for months. It was probably close to a year before I got full sensation back. There was a while at the beginning that I could barely even move my hand. I've been noodling twice since then, but I only use my own gear, and I'm much more cautious about picking my holes. Getting an angry mama with a hook in its jaw was just bad luck, on top of using the wrong glove. But I had no business going into a hole that deep. Yeah, I mean, people can drown in the shallow water too, but I don't know. I did so many things half-assed that day, and now I've paid for it. It took some doing, but for those interested, they were able to liberate the fish and safely return it to its home. They even brought me the hook as a souvenir. So yeah, that's my noodling story. My husband and I went to see a psychic one day. We were out for a drive, and when we saw a big looming psychic reader sign on the side of the road, we went just for the fun of it. After that visit, I always thought something bad followed us home. First, it started as horrible dreams. One night I was home alone and having an afternoon nap on our living room couch. I dreamt an old, witchy-looking woman came down the stairs, which was situated next to the couch that I was laying on. She was carrying a lighted lamp. She stooped down to where I was on the couch, and she let out an evil laugh as she blew the lamp out right in front of my face. I dismissed it as a really bad, evil dream. However, things soon escalated. One late night, when my family was fast asleep and I was having a midnight snack downstairs, my son's electrical toy started, and it started moving across the floor. I just dismissed it as wonky batteries. We moved soon afterwards to another house, but it felt like it kept following us. Things were getting worse. My husband's health started to get bad. He would have mysterious, excruciating back pain that came and went. Insomnia attacks for both of us that lasted several months. My young son, he would have night terrors that would make him run to our room with a bloody nose, night after night. forcing me to start sleeping in his room for several years. He was sleepwalking, and good thing I managed to catch him as he was headed toward the stairs. When I reached him, he was still sleeping, but he was very agitated and said, I'm dead, and I can't find my way back." My husband and I were both present when that happened, and my son was only 10 years old at the time. Then it started mimicking family members. It would mimic me when I was away at work early, and my husband slept in as he was unwell. Someone who looked like me sat by the bed with her back towards him, and then just left the room as he called out to her. It mimicked my son, entering my bedroom one morning, playfully suffocating me with a comforter. I chased after him, found my son fast asleep on his bed. One time, on a weekend, I took an afternoon nap as my husband watched TV downstairs. He came rushing up the stairs and barged into the room. When I asked him why, he said he heard me calling out, screaming, a blood-curdling scream. He got worried. Apparently, my son, who was in his room, heard it too. I never screamed. Once we confirmed it wasn't our neighbors, we didn't really know what to do, so we just brushed it off. This thing would lock doors daily with no explanation, and we would have to pry them open with a screwdriver. It would make fire alarms go off randomly. There is a room upstairs that we use for guests, in which my mother-in-law uses when she comes to visit. It felt like an epicenter of ghostly activity. If you walk past it, you would feel like someone is chasing after you. By the way, my mother-in-law stayed in that room for 6 months while visiting us, and when she left, she got diagnosed with oral cancer, and she's a health freak. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's odd. One time, I slipped down the stairs and hurt my back as I walked past that room. Another time, I brought a wrought iron St. Michael's medallion home. I wore it while sleeping as a bracelet one day. When I was racked by an irrational fear and I couldn't sleep, I fell asleep, and towards the morning, I removed the bracelet and kept it under my pillow. When I woke up the next morning and looked under the pillow, it was all in pieces. A very strange thing to occur, as it was welded together with no open links. One night I was using my iPad before bed, and then I kept it on the side table just before sleeping. The next day, I found it on the far corner of the room, face up as if someone had put it there neatly. We called a Catholic priest twice to bless the house. It didn't go away quickly, but daily prayer and playing holy music, it worked. We've been living in the house for 6 years now, and it finally feels like a normal house. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for, and I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist, and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car, taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though none of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, she turned to me and said, "Of course, your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on, making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The woman stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first two doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of two shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there were two completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. On Valentine's Day several years ago, I went on a date with a guy that I was set up with by a coworker. He said he needed to stop by his apartment to change as he'd been at work all day. So I went with him, and after we got inside his apartment, he tried to kiss and fondle me. I pushed him away, but he wasn't having it, and continued by pushing me into his bedroom and onto his bed. I resisted and tried my best to push him away, but thought to myself I was not going to be strong enough to prevent this guy from, well, I was crazy scared and felt totally helpless. Just as he ripped the front of my blouse open, his roommate came in, and seeing what was happening, punched this guy in the face a few times and yelled at him to get back, which he did, luckily. The roommate took my hand and led me out of the apartment, told me this guy had been a problem before, and would I like a ride home? I said yes, actually taking another chance, but I was so traumatized all I wanted to do was get away from there. It turned out all right. This guy was really nice and saved me. I told him how grateful I was. He said he was going to report this guy, as it had happened several times while he was his roommate. Well, about 2 weeks later, I was invited to a party close to where I lived. I felt like someone was following me there, but I brushed it off as just a coincidence. Perhaps the person was even going to the same party. A couple hours later, I left the party and started driving the 2 miles home, and I noticed this large car, the one that I'd seen on the way to the party, following me. Once I took a good look, I realized it was the guy who had tried to rape me earlier. I drove as fast as I could to get away from him, not going home as I didn't want him to know where I lived. I sped onto the freeway and off again and ended up racing around the residential track trying to lose this guy. Finally, a police car puts his sirens on and the guy speeds off. The police pulled me over and I'm shaking like a leaf, asking why they didn't pursue the guy that was chasing me. They said they wanted to make sure I was okay, but I was pretty mad they didn't try to nail the guy. Luckily, he didn't know where I lived, and I never saw him again. But twice, I was so close to being hurt or worse. It taught me a good lesson. These stories were told to me and my siblings by our dad. Me and my twin were 11 or 12 at the time, so I'll be going off memory. Anyway, my dad was a wild card when he was young, and he thought that a spooky graveyard was the ideal date spot like most people back in those days. The Bull's Lament. There was once a farmer who had a prized bull in life. The farmer loved the bull so much that when he died, he wanted the bull to be killed and buried beside him. He also wanted a monument of the proud bull placed over their graves to watch over them for all eternity. Most folk during that time thought the farmer was crazed for thinking such a wish, yet that didn't stop them from honoring his wish. When the farmer passed, the bull was put down and placed right beside him. The monument was then placed over them, just as the farmer wished. I'm not sure how many years went by until my dad's experience, so I apologize for not having any idea when it happened, possibly when he was in his early to mid-20s. My dad liked to hang out in the nearby graveyard with several of his friends. It was like their own playground where they could just play army men and pranks. One night in particular, he and one of my uncles were just relaxing until they heard it. The sound of a bull crying out, either in anger or anguish. They looked at one another and decided to see where it came from. They followed the noise to the monument, only to find nothing. It was then that they heard the bull roar somewhere nearby, before the sound of charging hooves running towards them. Dad said they ran the hell out of the graveyard and back to their car. The man in a top hat and cape. Another story my dad told me happened when he and one of my uncles took their dates to the graveyard. They parked their car in one of the turnoffs and proceeded to make their own lover's lane. Things were getting serious when one of their dates noticed a green fog begin surrounding their car. All four of them sat frozen, watching the mist grow even further in thickness. Soon, they began to hear strange thuds striking the car. It was then that Dad decided to turn the key and get out of there as soon as possible. He was then surprised to find a man dressed in a top hat and a cape standing directly in front of their car, smiling at them. The thudding on the car began to become even worse, scaring their dates. Dad hit the gas pedal and drove forward directly toward the man, hoping that he would move out of the way. Instead of moving, the man stood still, allowing the car to drive through him. Dad stopped the car some distance past where the man had stood and looked through the back window. To his surprise, he saw the man still standing there, unharmed with the same grin. The man began to gesture for Dad to try again, but Dad decided to just drive out of there for several miles in silence. As I said, I was either 11 or 12, so I'm going off of memory. I don't remember the name of the cemetery, but I do remember being told many other experiences from what happened, aside from these two stories. I'll have to share those next. As a child, I recall one experience very vividly. I was about 12 years old. I lived in a 2-bedroom home with my parents and 2 sisters. One summer night, my mom was boiling a chicken while we waited for my dad to come home from work. I remember going to bed around 10 p.m., and my sisters, the three of us, shared a room. In the middle of the night, I started feeling very uneasy. I felt nauseous and woke up. I tried falling back asleep, rolled onto my right side. This is where the strange things occur. At first, I wanted to believe that it was just a dream, but I still question that to this day because of the real-life repercussions. In my dream, I had woken up. I'd rolled to the left side of my bed and was facing my sister's bed in the middle. Our bedroom door was closed, but I saw something coming through the door, on the ground. It was a small being, not sure if it was a sort of dwarf or alien, but it had milky, translucent skin with long, skinny arms. The thing climbed up on my sister's bed, and it sat on her chest. In my dream, I remember being wide-eyed and panicking. I screamed that it leave my sister alone. Then, the thing looked at me straight in the eyes and grabbed me by my right wrist. It told me, "Wake up if you don't want to die." I woke up and screamed my head off. I ran to my bedroom door to go to my parents' room, but when I opened the door, the house was full of thick black smoke. I started to scream and woke everyone up. My dad got all of us outside, and I was crying. I told my parents about my dream, and they were in shock. If I hadn't woken up, we would all be dead. My mom had fallen asleep and forgotten to turn off the chicken that she was boiling that night. I'm 27 years old now, but I remember this event and that thing very clearly. They're embedded into my memory. I just have no idea what it was. This Saturday, I went to a 1-year-old's birthday party with my daughter. It also happened to be my birthday. My daughter has literally just learned to walk, so I held her hand and was appropriately led by her across a huge room full of kids, toys, and food to investigate anything and everything that she could put in her mouth or stand over like some pint-sized Godzilla. As we approached a seesaw she wanted to investigate, another kid, who was probably 4 or 5, literally leapt into it and started playing, rocking back and forth. This was the conversation that proceeded. "Happy birthday. Do you remember me? We've met before." I don't know how this kid knew it was my birthday, and I certainly didn't know this kid. "Have we?" "Yes." "I don't remember. Are you sure we've met before?" "Yes, we have. Don't you remember? It was before I died." Then the child proceeded to run away. Never did get any answers. I mean, besides the kids are creepy, and I'm really hoping my daughter doesn't pull a similar stunt in her future. When my daughter was 3, she asked me if she could watch a cartoon while I was busy doing something. I turned on the TV and found a channel where an episode of Dora the Explorer was playing. I was thinking that maybe she could at least learn a little Spanish as she sat mesmerized by the electronic babysitter. After a few minutes, she asked me if she could watch Scooby-Doo instead. I asked her what was wrong with watching Dora, and she told me that the characters weren't speaking Spanish the right way. "Of course they are," I said. "Anyway, you don't know how to speak Spanish." What she said next gave me goosebumps. "I used to speak Spanish," she said. "We both did. Remember that time when I was your mommy and you were my little girl? We lived in Mexico. We had chickens in the courtyard, and my name was Maria." First of all, incredibly well-spoken. Pretty freaky stuff. What made it even more freaky, we lived in Ohio at the time, so I'm not sure how the word courtyard was even in her vocabulary. Also, at age 3, how did she realize the people in Mexico speak Spanish, or that Maria would be a common name? I never really considered the possibility of reincarnation before then. I do now. To preface, I am 42. I have a master's in history and I'm working towards obtaining my PhD. I feel this must be mentioned, in fear that when retelling my experience, my sanity too will be scrutinized, alongside the mere validity of my claims. I teach night classes at a community college in the northeastern part of the United States. Outside the corridors that hold my classroom and office, if you'd walk out the front doors, there's a concrete walking path leading down a small hill. It forks at the end, one way leading to the parking lot, and the other continues straight, leading to the track and field a couple 100 yards further. One January evening, I just finished up my papers and walked outside. Looking straight out, past a small patch of trees, I can see the top of the stadium walls. A common sight in my night-to-night routine. But that night, I immediately noticed a big set of speakers connected to an old, thick wooden pole, only assuming that it was wood from the large chips and chunks that decorated its distant figure. These speakers didn't look like the other new stadium speakers visible to the left and right of them. They almost looked like those air raid sirens that they have on the coast, but bigger. I questioned to myself, who approved this new addition? It looks like an eyesore compared to the sound system we installed 2 years prior. I took out my phone to put my grievance on Snapchat, and the app kept closing out. So I went to the main camera on my phone, and again, it kept closing out. A minor frustration in the moment, ignored by my idea to take a picture when I arrived the next evening. My "what the fuck is this trash" Snapchat post would still be funny a day later. I began to walk down the path towards my car when a noise that I thought was a slight ringing isolated just to my ears was in fact coming from outside. It was a low hum, its unsettling vibrations crescendoed up and down, each wave shaking through me. It became headache-inducing. I quickened my pace towards my car and chalked up these sickening sounds to coming from the new speakers. Did someone turn a mic hot and just let it collect echo until it's vibrated itself into this nauseating mess of frequency? Am I the only one out here that can hear this? Why hasn't anyone down there stopped it yet? Arriving at my car, I fumble for the keys and quickly set off the alarm, but get it turned off almost as quickly, with the button on the keys now firmly in my grasp. Once more, I look back out to the speakers, and I realize, within the time of my alarm chirping and me turning it off, the low hum has ceased to be. This is when, without blinking, I watch as the wooden pole slowly turns its speaker bells in my direction. This observation makes my stomach turn more than the previous noise it sang. It was an odd sense of fear, one I don't recall ever feeling before or after seeing that. A gentle confirmation of my growing paranoia, like, is something wrong with the situation I'm in right now? Ah, yes, there is. My right hand grabs the back door of the car as my left hand tries to rip off my backpack from my shoulders. Then I lean into the car to set my backpack down. I lean out and hustle opening the driver's seat, glancing at the speakers on my way in, but I stop, frozen, halfway in my car and halfway standing out, looking in disbelief as the new speakers are gone. I fully stand up out of my car to inspect the landscape, and truly, mentally, I don't know how to process everything I've witnessed and felt. It brings me to tears, and I drive home. The whole way, terrified to peek in my rearview mirror in fear that I don't know what would be there. This story is as it was. I don't really know much about skinwalkers, but I figured here would be the best place to ask about what I saw tonight. I live in the very northern east coast of Canada, basically the farthest northeast you could live. I've heard people say that's where certain kinds of creatures live, but as I previously stated, I know absolutely nothing about it. There's an area extremely deep into the woods about 40 minutes away from where I live. So deep into the forest that you don't really see anyone else. There's a few smaller stores out that way, but nothing really noteworthy. But if you walk deep into the woods, there's a path that cars can't drive through, where a burnt-up, abandoned slaughterhouse, apparently closed down in the 90s, still sits. Religious, spiritual people I know have said not to go there because it's cursed. And I've had a First Nations friend fill me in on what he knows about the area, which he basically just said he wouldn't go there. Over the weekend, me and a few friends were bored and decided we'd go check it out since we were in the area and extremely bored. Nothing happened. We just took some pictures. It was a bit eerie, but it was whatever. The days after we went to that place have been kind of strange. We've had random, bad, unexplainable events occur out of nowhere, but I'm not really sure I'm going to draw a connection between the two. Just thought it might be worth something. But here's where I think we had an encounter. Tonight we gathered the same group plus 2 extras, and we drove back out there just to show them around, explore more, and get better pictures. When we got there, we heard what we assumed was just the wind howling, but the longer it went on, we realized the pattern didn't match up with the wind, nor did it make any sense for it to be howling like that. It sounded as if someone was whistling at us to get our attention. And a few people pointed it out, but we just chalked it up to being random sounds, that the wind was probably just blowing through something weirdly. When we were in one of the secondary buildings, a friend pointed out that it looked like something was running around outside the main building. And he was right. It looked like something very quickly moved across the front side of the building. And the sound was back, but louder. We went outside and crawled through a section of the gate to get back to the main building. And as soon as we made it through, we heard a loud swinging sound, almost like a rusty door being slowly opened and closed. Me and another friend were extremely put off by the sound and asked if we could go back to the car. But the others said they wanted to go into the main building. As we were walking up, we made it to the front of the building, and a friend jokingly made a remark about us splitting up and exploring the building. As he said that, we heard a series of loud bangs, like something was running across the metal floor of the building towards the door. We quickly made it out of there, and we ran back toward the trail. As we were running back toward the car, which isn't exactly a short walk, it was 10 minutes on foot walking, we shine our lights back towards the building, and only about 3 of us looked back, but all 3 of us definitely saw what appeared to be something completely solid white running down the trail. We got in the car and drove back to town as quickly as possible. I don't think we'll ever be going back. But what do you guys think? Does this sound like a skinwalker? When I was 9 years old, I was playing hide and seek with 2 of my cousins. I was trying to find an area obscure and quiet and unknown to my cousins. I'd spent the most time at my grandma and grandfather's house, more than any other cousin, for weeks and months sometimes. Anyway, it was the countryside in the middle of nowhere, in a field with only one motorway. So I came across this child inside of a bush full of thorns and nettles, and it was in a ditch slightly. It was at the back of a shed in a greenhouse. I talked to the boy in the bush, and he said stuff to me like, "Why are you here, and what are you doing?" I don't exactly remember all of it because I was only 9 back then, but I'll never forget the look of the boy. His face was pitch black, and if I ever tried to get a closer look, it didn't seem to show an eye or anything. I could only see the side of his nose and cheek. I had a pretty normal conversation full of questions like, "Why are you in the bush?" and where do you live? And where did you come from? After about 2 minutes of being with this boy, who'd I'd only seen his clothes, I told the boy to wait there, and I ran to call my cousin Thomas, who was a couple of months younger than me. Me and him walked back to the bush, and the boy was gone. And I still find it strange because it's hard to get in and out of a bush like that. Needless to say, I felt bewildered, and then I stopped playing hide and seek with Jamie and Thomas. And then I had a talk with them about what I had just seen 5 minutes ago, about the boy in the bush. My cousin then told me, the one who was trying to find me, he said that he saw me talking to myself for a while. And that just bewildered me even more. After that, it was dinner, and I told my family members about my experience outside. But of course, none of them believed me. Not even my cousins eventually. I never saw the boy again. I don't think I ever will. In my teen years, I used to walk around the cornfields in the pitch black darkness, 2, 3 a.m., listening to music. But even then, I never saw him again. I'll always remember this event, and I don't believe in the word coincidence, so I believe everything explainable, including unexplainable or random, happens for a reason. It was so real to me. All of it. 100%. I'm a 20-year-old female who lives alone. My brother and I used to live together, but he moved out in November. So I'm living alone until the lease is up and can move in with a friend. Well, a couple of days ago, I didn't have class or have to go to work. So I was just chilling on the couch, playing Stardew Valley and watching some YouTube videos. The walls and floors of my apartment are pretty thin, and around noon that day, I hear someone knocking on the apartment door that's below mine. I didn't think much of it yet. Then, about a couple minutes later, someone was knocking pretty loudly on my door. I wasn't expecting company, so I looked through the peephole, and there was a man in a hoodie looking right at the peephole. I don't normally get too scared, but this guy looked frightening, like he was on drugs. I'm 100% sure that he could hear my game and the TV from the hallway, because he did not stop knocking for 10 minutes. And when he did stop, he turned and knocked on both of the doors across from mine, which are vacant units. So I called my complex office, and I quickly asked if he worked for them. They said no. At this point, I'm crying and trying not to have a panic attack. My apartment is very close to a known drug house. I didn't know that until after moving in. So I assumed this man was a drug dealer or something. Then the guy is knocking on my door again. And I'm starting to think that he won't leave and he'll try to break in. So I called the cops. They said they would send an officer by soon. Unfortunately, the guy was gone by the time the cop got there. So the cops just patrolled the parking lot every so often throughout the day. I was so freaked out and I felt so uncomfortable in my apartment that I went to work and I worked on my day off just so that I could be away from there for a few hours.